Chapter 3377. The Black Monarch Sword was a pseudo-regalia. It was heavy, sharp, and powerful. It wasn't inferior to the Heavenly Will Sword. However, the Heavenly Will Sword was more suitable for him because it was one with him. The Black Monarch Sword couldn't compare to the Heavenly Will Sword. The Black Monarch Sword was handed over to the Incarnation. With the Black Monarch Sword in hand, the Avatar's strength had increased significantly. It was strong enough to fight against an ultimate great emperor. For a short period of time, it was enough to defend a universe city. After all, there were only 3 peak great emperors in the human race and the origin race before Chunzong's appearance. Chunzong was the 4th peak great emperor, and this clone could be considered the 5th peak great emperor to some extent. The Incarnation continued to guard the heavenly mirror universe city to prevent the heavenly human tribe from invading. The original body went to the heaven-shooting Chaos City and gave 1,000 bloodline origins to Yun Yinshin and Shunan. Each received 500. The other 1,000 were placed in the Taihao Sword Realm's Taihao Mountains treasury. The elders and disciples could exchange for them with their contributions to the sect. Inside the Taihao Sword Realm, the elders and disciples of the Taihao Mountain were busy with construction. They worked hard to build the mountain gate, palace, cave abodes, and so on. First, they built the basics. Then, they would consider the layout of the formation, and so on. Chunzong felt very satisfied when he saw how enthusiastic the elders and disciples were and how they were fully invested in the construction. At this rate, the mountain gate of the Taihao Mountain would be completed soon. Then, it would be time to set up the array formation. Even in the Taihao Sword Realm, the array formation was still necessary. It had to be one that could gather Yuan Qi, one that could refine Yuan Qi, one that could suppress aura, one that could isolate energy waves, and so on. At the same time, the Deity Fighting Union held an emergency meeting. The 3 great races also held an emergency meeting. The main topic of the meeting was the unparalleled God Jiandi of the human race. Every time he attacked, he was more terrifying than the last. This was the 4th time he attacked, and he conquered the Beacon Smoke Universe City. Well, conquering a universal city was no longer a huge shock to them. Even killing an ultimate demon emperor would only shock them. However, they had already killed the ultimate demon emperor before, so the shock was still limited. However, this time, it was a demonic god's avatar. The primordial ice demon god's clone had personally taken action against the unparalleled God Jiandi of the human race. This news could not be kept under wraps. The avatar of the ancient frigid ice demon, wielding the ancient frigid ice divine halberd, had failed to kill Jiandi. Instead, he had been pushed back. Other than the eternal ice demon god's avatar and Chunzong himself, only the Darkwing Demon Emperor and the Black Sky Demon Emperor knew how powerful Chunzong's ultimate attack was. However, the Black Sky Devil Emperor was already done for. The Darkwing Devil Emperor had only seen it through the round light mirror, so he couldn't feel it clearly. Moreover, this information would be sealed off. The demon-human race wouldn't release the news that the eternal ice demon god's clone was injured by the unparalleled, divine, sword emperor of a human race. It would be very embarrassing if word got out. However, no matter what, the news that Jiandi had taken on the primordial ice demon god's avatar, pushed him back, and conquered Beacon Smoke Universe City caused a great shock. Conquering Beacon Smoke Universe City and then defending against the primordial ice demon god's avatar was different from defending against the primordial ice demon god's avatar before conquering Beacon Smoke Universe City. Uproar. A great uproar. The 7 founding elders of the Deity Fighting Alliance were all excited. I knew it. Elder E jumped up and down like an old monkey. He was so excited that he couldn't calm down at all. This meant that from now on, the human race would have the power to fight against the avatars of the gods of the 3 great races. Even though there was only one unparalleled God Jiandi, there had never been one before this. Between having one and not having one, it was a qualitative change from nothing to something. It was a kind of transcendence and improvement in nature. The 3 great races all had gods' avatars. Although the gods' avatars wouldn't directly attack the human race and the origin race's territories for certain reasons, the presence of the gods' avatars would always be a great threat. However, the human race and the origin race had no such threat. Now, there was finally an expert who could take on the gods' avatar head-on. The human race was fortunate. Speaking of which, the origin race was very envious. Although the human race and the origin race had the same ancestor, there was a difference now. Otherwise, there wouldn't be a distinction between the human race and the origin race. The atmosphere between the celestial race and the giant race was very tense. The human race's unparalleled god Jinni was able to take on and even defeat the primordial ice demon's avatar. Of course, as gods' avatars, they knew very well that once they left their headquarters, they would gradually be rejected by the universe. This was especially true in the case of a battle. The more intense the battle, the faster the rejection would occur. The primordial ice demon's avatar might have been defeated not because he was weaker, but because he was rejected by the universe's origin energy after a long period of time. He had no choice but to retreat. Even so, this indirectly proved that the human race's unparalleled god, Jinni, possessed the power of a god's avatar. This level of power was enough to suppress the giant emperors and heavenly venerables. Once they encountered him, there was an 80 to 90% chance that they would die. What a headache! The celestial race and the giant race felt an unusual headache. According to the current situation, if the human race's unparalleled god Jinni were to make a move, no one would be able to resist him unless it was a god's avatar. In other words, if the unparalleled god Jinni wanted to conquer a city, there was an 80 to 90% chance that he would succeed. This person must die. The celestial race's divine mountain's avatar said angrily. The primordial ice demon's avatar couldn't do anything to him. This means that the human race's unparalleled god Jinni can at least take on a god's avatar. The divine sea's divine mountain's avatar said in a low voice, "If we want to get rid of him, we have to join forces." If the three divine mountains' avatars joined forces and used all their strength, they might not be able to kill him. Moreover, there was only one chance because God's avatars wouldn't easily make a move. If they wanted to make a move, they had to go all out. Otherwise, they would end up like the demon race. Not only would they fail to kill the opponent, but they would also strengthen the opponent's power. The three divine mountains avatars of the giant race were also thinking of a countermeasure. The giant race's physique was indeed tyrannical, and their strength was astonishing. Relatively speaking, they weren't good at, or rather, didn't like to think. The solution to problems was often power. However, this didn't mean that the giant race was brainless. In the demon race's base camp, the three divine mountains avatars were all present. However, the primordial ice demon's avatar's aura was relatively weak and a little chaotic. First, he used all his strength to display the primordial ice prison. In the end, the primordial ice prison was broken. Then he was hit by Chun Zong's sword god descent. As the sword chi raged, he was severely injured. Moreover, he was rejected by the universe's origin. Although such injuries wouldn't affect the primordial ice demon's avatar's normal movements, for a period of time, he wouldn't be able to do anything. The primordial ice demon's avatar didn't have much battle power to speak of. He could only obediently stay in the demon race's base camp. The Mahakala demon's avatar and the Eternal Darkness demon's avatar looked extremely dignified. What the primordial ice demon's avatar said shocked them. One sword had injured the primordial ice demon's avatar and broken the primordial ice prison. What kind of amazing power was that? This wasn't what the celestial race and the giant race had guessed. He just barely had the strength of a god's avatar. He truly had the strength of a god's avatar. Barely having the strength of a god's avatar and truly having it were two completely different concepts. Therefore, the Mahakala demon's avatar and the Eternal Darkness demon's avatar were so depressed. The primordial ice demon's avatar was the weakest among them. However, it wouldn't be easy for them to deal with the primordial ice demon's avatar who had displayed the primordial ice prison. In short, It was certain that they wouldn't be able to do better than the invincible god Jindy of the human race. Heavy. Their hearts were extremely heavy. This meant that they had to change their strategy. They couldn't take the initiative to attack the human race's territory. Otherwise, if they provoked the invincible god Jindy, they would be slaughtered. As for whether the two demons' avatars could kill him, it was unknown. Just as the three strong tribes were having a headache because of Chunzong received a message from the elders of the deity's fighting league. The demigod had summoned him. When Chunzong received the message, he was slightly taken aback. He immediately went over. Since the demigod had summoned him, he had to go even if he didn't want to. Moreover, Chunzong had no intention of avoiding it. Since he was summoned, there was no harm in meeting him. Chunzong met the demigod, and the demigod met Chunzong. Stunned. Slightly stunned. This was because the demigod was the person who had appeared in the last stage of the Thousand Kills Tower in the ancient Reflection Palace of the ancient Reflection God Dynasty. The person named Guzhun had given Chunzong an ancient region token. Demigod. Demigod Guzhun. Chunzong greets Lord Guzhun. Chunzong immediately saluted with his sword. So it's you. Guzhun was slightly stunned when he saw Chunzong. He immediately smiled and said, "No need for formalities. Have a seat." After Chunzong saluted with his sword again, he sat down on the table in front of Guzhun. There was a table between them. Guzhun immediately waved his hand, and a wine pot and wine cup appeared out of thin air. "This is divine wine. Have a taste," Guzhun said with a smile. Guzhun smiled. His attitude towards Chunzong was not condescending at all. Instead, he treated Chunzong as an equal. "Thank you, Lord," Chunzong replied as he held up the wine cup. He first sniffed it lightly. A wisp of elegant wine fragrance wafted into his nose. Immediately, Chunzong felt refreshed and his mind became clearer. The moment he swallowed it, the wine was sweet and refreshing. As it became mellow, it seemed to possess some kind of spirituality as it swam endlessly in his mouth. A feeling of fullness lingered. When he swallowed it again, it turned into a clear stream that spread out, and a refreshing feeling filled every part of his body. His entire body felt comfortable and light, as if he was an immortal. It was as if he had removed all the dust and baggage from his body. His spirit became clearer, and even his divine will was unknowingly tempered and improved. Chapter 3378. Chunzong faintly sensed that his divine will had indeed strengthened. However, it wasn't by much, only a small amount. Chunzong's divine will was already extremely powerful, far surpassing those at the same cultivation level. It was incomparably difficult for him to raise his divine will, and it was impossible for him to raise his divine will with just a cup of wine. The fact that it could slightly improve his divine decree was enough to show how amazing the wine was. No wonder it was called a divine brew. The second cup was still effective. The third cup was still effective. However, the fourth cup was no longer effective. It was a pity, but Chunzong also understood that nothing could be improved indefinitely. There was always a limit. In other words, this divine brew was actually not very useful to demigod realm powerhouses. At best, it was a decent wine. However, for those below the demigod realm, especially those who weren't as strong as Chunzong, it was quite effective. We were all very surprised to hear about the unparalleled god Jindy, Guzhun said with a smile. "I didn't expect it to be you. I have to thank Lord Guzhun for giving me the ancient region token," Chunzong replied with a smile. Although his strength didn't completely come from the void concealment technique and was only a part of it, the void concealment technique was indeed very useful to him. To put it simply, if Chunzong had not used the concealing energy of the void technique to open up the void acupoint and greatly increase the power of his Hunyuan heart, he would not have been able to withstand the explosion of the king-level ancient divine sword armor with just his Hunyuan heart force alone. He would have been exhausted in a short time and would not have been able to escape from the eternal darkness demon god's avatar. What would happen if he couldn't escape? In short, it wouldn't be a good ending. If that was the case, there would be no future. Perhaps it wasn't that absolute, but it did have a lot to do with it. The ancient region token was originally the final reward of the 1,000 Kills Pagoda. You were able to pass the final stage of the 1,000 Kills Pagoda and receive the reward. The Guzhan demigod smiled and did not claim credit for this. The three foreign races all have divine avatars and are very strong. They are eyeing us from three sides and are a great threat to us. Your appearance is a great surprise to us. Master Guzhan, why do the three foreign tribes have God's clones, but we don't? Chunzong asked the question that was bothering him. Chunzong had always wondered why the human race and the origin race didn't have divine avatars protecting them. It wasn't as if there weren't demigods among the humans and the origin races. It was entirely possible for them to create divine clones to oversee their territories. That way, they would be able to better defend against the attacks and invasions of the three foreign races, and they wouldn't lose so many cities. Of course we can create divine clones, the Guzhan demigod said calmly. Guzhan said unhurriedly, it's just that creating a god's avatar consumes a lot of energy. In the future, I'll need to recover my energy. If it were any other time, it wouldn't be a big deal. However, the three foreign races have invaded, and the ancient demons are taking advantage of this opportunity to attack our territories. The difference between them and the three foreign races is that the three foreign races only have gods' avatars, and they don't have true demigods. However, the ancient demons have demigods. When Chunzong heard this, his thoughts turned, and he slowly sorted it out. Currently, there are 8 demigods among the human race and the origin race, the Guzhan demigod said. 8. Chunzong was shocked when he heard that. 8 demigods. It sounded like a lot. As long as they were sent out, the three foreign races would be wiped out immediately. It would be impossible for them to invade. Unfortunately, they couldn't. The ancient demons have 3 demigods. The ancient demons have 3 demigods, and the celestial demons have 3 demigods. The Guzhan demigod said solemnly, this is what we know. As for whether there are more hidden forces, we don't know yet. After all, the 3 races are quite different from the human race and the origin race. Speaking of which, they could be considered as life forms of the prehistoric universe era. The current chaotic universe is the most complicated universe era, the Guzhan demigod said. Ancient true half-god explained to Chunzong about the nature of the universe. Most of the pre-ancient universe epochs are simple. For example, the ancient god universe epoch, the celestial universe epoch, the devilman universe epoch, and the giant universe epoch. This was considered a secret. Chunzong had never heard of it before, so he listened attentively. For example, the ancient gods universe era belonged to the ancient gods. Of course, there were other life forms besides the ancient gods, but the ancient gods were in an absolute position. The main characters of the celestial universe era were the celestial race. The main characters of the demon man universe era were the demon man universe era, and the main characters of the giant universe era were the giant universe era. For such a pure universe epoch, its origin would have an even greater rejection of foreign races. However, the chaotic universe was different. It was a more complicated universe era. The birth of the chaotic universe was actually closely related to the previous universe era. The previous universe era was a broken universe era. As time passed, according to the natural laws of the universe, it would eventually die out. Only after it had completely died out would new universe era be born. The birth of the chaotic universe was due to the previous broken universe era being forcefully destroyed, which accelerated the process of dying out. However, during the process of dying out, it was pushed by the universe era's will, which changed it and started to merge in the process of dying out. Therefore, the current chaotic universe was actually a partial continuation of the previous broken universe era. All in all, the situation was very complicated. The ancient true demigod couldn't explain it clearly to Chunzong. Or rather, with Chunzong's current realm, he couldn't really understand and pry into the mysteries of the chaotic universe era. He could only hear the general idea. The current chaotic universe was a mixed universe era. It allowed many races to thrive in it. There was no such thing as a main character. Any race could become the main character of this universe era as long as they were strong enough. It was also because of the uniqueness of the chaotic universe that the three foreign races were able to enter without suffering too much rejection. The ancient demon race wanted to dominate this universe era and turn it into the ancient demon universe era. The ancient demon race and the divine demon race were the same. It wasn't that the smaller races didn't have the same idea. However, they didn't have enough strength and ambition. They needed to have enough strength to match their ambition. The ancient demon race, and the divine demon race wanted the universe era to be more chaotic. That way, they would have a greater chance to gain benefits. Therefore, their demigods restrained the 8 demigods of the human race and the origin race. As a result, they couldn't split themselves to deal with the 3 powerful races that had descended from the fragment worlds of the previous universe era. This was a headache for the 8 demigods of the human race and the origin race. Communication with the ancient demon race and the other 2 races was useless. With the demigods of the ancient demon race and the other 2 races eyeing them covetously, the demigods of the human race and the origin race had to keep an eye on them to prevent any accidents from happening. It was easy for a demigod to destroy a universe city. It was even easy for them to destroy a chaos city. This way, the 3 foreign races could enter the chaos city. Within the chaotic universe, they launched attacks on the human race and the origin race. They kept invading, causing the human race and the origin race to be at a disadvantage. Fortunately, Chunzong appeared and displayed shocking strength. It was as if he could sweep through everything. Now, he was a great deterrent to the 3 foreign races. Because of this, the demigods discussed and decided to send an avatar to summon Chunzong. The avatar would not have much power, so it would not affect the demigod's strength. It was different from the avatar of a god. What do you need? Demigod Guzhen asked. After the 8 demigods discussed, they decided to give Chunzong some rewards. But what rewards? Not all rewards were suitable for Chunzong, so they had to ask Chunzong what he needed. After hearing demigod Guzhen's question, Chunzong did not answer immediately. Instead, he pondered for a moment. What did he need? The core of an ancient demon demigod or ancient demon demigod, the core of a world fragment, or the world tree. After thinking about it, Chunzong immediately answered. This was an important treasure that was related to the recovery and upgrade of the heavenly will sword. It was also an important treasure for the construction of the Taihao sword realm. After hearing Chunzong's words, Guzhen's eyes widened. Then he fell silent. This was an exorbitant demand. Even a demigod would not be able to take out those 3 treasures easily. I happen to have a world core fragment. I can give it to you. Demigod Guzhen pondered for a moment and said, As for the ancient demon demigod and ancient demon demigod's origin, I don't have it. As for the world tree, I don't have it either. Thank you, sir. Chunzong was delighted. It was not bad to get a world core fragment. At least, there was hope for the heavenly will sword to be restored to a demigod weapon. As long as the heavenly will sword was restored to a demigod weapon, he would be able to increase his strength. What else do you need? Guzhen asked again. Clearly, it was just a world core fragment. It was not enough for the demigods to value it. The ancient region token, Chunzong said immediately. The ancient region token? Guzhen pondered for a moment and nodded. Okay, I'll give you 8 ancient region tokens. Chunzong's eyes widened. 8 tokens. Originally, he thought it would be good to get 2 or 3 tokens. Now he could get 8. That was amazing. Thank you, sir. Chunzong bowed again. No need to be so courteous. Guzhen smiled. I'm here as a clone. I don't have any treasures with me. The 8 ancient region tokens and the world core fragment will be sent to you when the time comes. Go. Guard the territory of the human clan well and resist the invasion of the other clans, Guzhen said. Chunzong saluted with his sword for the last time. The ancient true demigod's incarnation rapidly faded and eventually disappeared. He left. Chunzong couldn't help but let out a long sigh. There was an indescribable excitement in his heart that was like a surging tide. There were a total of 8 ancient region medallions. Each medallion allowed one to enter the ancestral land once. One medallion represented one opportunity. 8 medallions represented 8 opportunities. 8 extraordinary opportunities. In addition, as long as he got the world core fragment, he could give it to the heavenly will sword to devour. Then, the heavenly will sword would be restored and break its current shackles. It would be promoted from a demigod weapon to a demigod weapon. Its power would increase greatly. Chapter 3379. Heaven Shoot Chaos City. Yoon Yinshin and Chun were sparring with the sword, while Chun Zong watched from the side. He pointed out where they were lacking and asked them to improve. Yoon Yinshin and Chun both knew that the demigod had summoned them. However, Chun Zong did not tell them that the demigod Guzhan wanted to give them a world core fragment and 8 ancient region medallions because they were not in his possession yet. Chun Zong wouldn't be so sure that he would succeed if he didn't get what he wanted or if he hadn't executed it yet. However, Chun Zong was still filled with anticipation. He was looking forward to the moment the world core fragment and ancient region medallion were delivered to him. Time passed slowly. A few days later, Chun Zong had calmed down. He had also obtained the world core fragment and 8 ancient region medallions as he wished. Apart from that, the demigod Guzhan had also gifted him 3 jars of divine wine. Each jar was about 5 kilograms. Chun Zong quickly divided them into 5 jars. In the secret room, Chun Zong looked at the world core fragment and the 8 ancient region medallions that looked exactly the same. He could not help but smile. However, he was no longer as excited. With a quick thought, Chun Zong began to think about how to use these treasures. There were 2 ways to use the world core fragment. One was to fuse it with the Taihao sword realm. This would allow the Taihao sword realm to expand and strengthen once more. However, Chun Zong had already fused the world core fragment with the Taihao sword realm last time. This time, he would choose the second method, which was to let the heavenly will sword devour it. This would allow the heavenly will sword to recover its power and become a demigod weapon again. As for the 8 ancient region medallions, Chun Zong did not plan to hide them. He wanted to use them. He would give 1 to Yoon Yinshin, 1 to Chun, and 1 to the war demon. He would use at least 1. So there were 4 left. 4 ancient region medallions represented 4 opportunities to enter the ancestral land. He could keep them for now. Perhaps he could place 1 in the Taihao Mountain as an important reward. In short, he would use 4 for now and keep the other 4. Who knew when they would come in handy? Chun Zong gave 1 ancient region medallion and a few jars of divine wine to Yoon Yinshin and Chun. He also told them about the ancestral land and the things they needed to pay attention to after entering the ancestral land. After Yoon Yinshin and Chun heard this, they were very surprised and excited. Then, Chun Zong went to look for the war demon. The war demon had another name now. It was called the War Demon Emperor. Yes, during the 100 years Chun Zong spent cultivating on the great divine king's realm's divine planet, the war demon had finally broken through its shackles and reached the transcendent saint realm, becoming a great emperor. It was one of the few great emperors outside of the 3 great divine dynasties. However, it was only an ordinary great emperor. The war demon was guarding a universal city called the 100 Battles Universal City. Chun Zong finally arrived at the 100 Battles Universal City after several teleportations. This was the first time Chun Zong had seen the war demon after returning from the great divine king's realm's divine planet. He had been in too much of a hurry and had been carrying out missions to earn battle merits. Only now did he have time. Today, the war devil wasn't wearing the ghost mask. His familiar face was cold and stern. He didn't like to smile, but he had an indescribable aura. Long time no see. Chun Zong smiled when he saw the war demon. Long time no see. A smile appeared on the war demon's cold face. You've been in the limelight recently. The 3 great alien races are terrified by your name. Huh? Chun Zong laughed. He had known the war demon for a long time. They used to be enemies. Later, their grudges were settled. When they met again, They were no longer enemies. Chunzong had an indescribable feeling in his heart. This is a godly brew. Lord Demigod Gujan gave it to me. Chunzong waved his hand, and a wine jar appeared. In that case, let's have a toast. The war demon's eyes lit up. Godly brew. A godly brew given by a Lord Demigod. It meant a lot. As the guardian of a universal city and a great emperor, the war demon only needed to give an order, and someone immediately prepared the dishes to go with the wine. Chunzong, this is my disciple. The war demon pointed at the girl who had prepared the dishes and smiled. Disciple. Chunzong was stunned. He couldn't believe that someone like the war demon would accept a disciple. Moreover, the disciple was a girl. She had a baby face. She looked like she wouldn't grow up. Her body wasn't strong at all. Instead, she looked weak. Chunzong knew that the war devil's Tao of cultivation was the Tao of battle. It was the 9 heavens 10 earths battle technique, which it had learned a long time ago. Although it had cultivated other cultivation methods, in the end, they were all in service of the 9 heavens 10 earths battle technique. It was used to constantly improve the 9 heavens 10 earths battle technique and walk its own Tao of cultivation. The 9 heavens 10 earths battle technique was a berserk battle technique, a 100 battle technique, a fierce battle technique. The more one fought, the braver one became, and the more one fought, the stronger one became. No matter how one looked at it, it didn't seem like something a weak, baby-faced girl would master. However, with his super keen perception, Chunzong was still able to feel a strong power from the girl's seemingly weak body. It was like a volcano that was holding back. If he looked down on the girl from her appearance, he would probably suffer a loss. Ling Luo, this is the unparalleled god Jindi that you worship. The war demon introduced Chunzong to his disciple. Unparalleled god Jindi. The young girl, Ling Luo, immediately cried out in surprise. Her clear eyes on her baby face widened and seemed to emit endless light that was incomparably blazing. It really is you. Ling Luo's voice was full of excitement. Her hands seemed to be trembling. She was too excited. Recently, the unparalleled god Jindi's fame had spread far and wide. No one could compare to him. Ling Luo worshipped him from the bottom of her heart. She had thought that one day she would be able to fight side by side with him. She didn't expect that she would be able to see the unparalleled god Jindi with her own eyes at such a close distance. Moreover, she had prepared a table of dishes for him. The war demon was smiling at the side. Did you learn your master's knife skills? Chunzong asked with a chuckle. Senior, I'm practicing fist skills. Ling Luo raised her fist excitedly. The war demon's entire life was based on the Jiutian Shidi Earth's battle technique. As for knife skills, he was indeed proficient in them. However, that was only a side skill. It wasn't his true inheritance. It wasn't surprising that Ling Luo didn't learn his knife skills. Instead, she practiced fist skills. A pair of gloves appeared in Chunzong's hands. It was his spoils of war. His spoils of war were top-notch chaos divine weapons. They were close to the level of pseudo-divine weapons. This pair of gloves was a gift for Ling Luo. Thank you, Senior. Ling Luo received the war demon's permission happily. She held the gloves tightly, as if she couldn't bear to part with them. I've made a fool of myself. The war demon smiled. Chunzong smiled. He opened the 500 kilograms jug of divine wine and filled 3 small bowls. One for himself, one for the war demon, and one for Ling Luo. Divine wine. It was a fine wine made by a demigod. It contained shocking power. It was delicious. Of course, to Chunzong, this divine wine couldn't bring him any benefits. Or rather, its only benefit was that it tasted good. That was all. Master, can I drink? Ling Luo asked the war demon. She hadn't drunk wine before. Drink. The war demon smiled. Okay. Ling Luo raised her bowl with a chuckle. Then she looked at Chunzong. Senior, here's to you. Okay. Chunzong also raised his bowl with a smile. With a gulp, Ling Luo drank the divine wine in her bowl. Delicious. The moment she said that, Ling Luo's face suddenly turned red like a cooked prawn. Steam started to rise from her body, and her eyes became blurry. Her body started to sway, and she stuttered, "Say, Senior, you're so powerful. Ah, you turned, turned, turned into so many moss. Master, you, how did you become so much?" Before she could finish, Ling Luo fell to the ground. Chunzong and the war demon were speechless. "This child has never drunk alcohol before," the war demon explained. From his tone, Chunzong could hear a trace of affection. It was a rare feeling. Ling Luo was drunk, but it didn't matter. Her life wasn't in danger. She would be fine after sleeping for a while. When she woke up, she would notice the changes in herself. Ling Luo was only an ordinary true saint, but after drinking the divine wine, her cultivation and other aspects would improve greatly after waking up. It wouldn't be difficult for her to reach the peak of the true saint realm in a short time. After the war demon helped Ling Luo settle down, he drank with Chunzong. They discussed the way as they drank. Even though the war demon's power wasn't as strong as Chunzong's, he had his own unique understanding of the way. Moreover, the war demon had great potential. It could be said to be limitless. His improvement wasn't fast, but he had enough stamina. There wouldn't be any bottlenecks. After drinking that jug of divine wine, steam rose from the war devil's body, rising in spirals. Its aura became even more tyrannical, increasing by 30%. However, no matter how much divine wine it drank, it wouldn't be able to increase its strength any further. "Thank you." The war demon was very grateful. After all, his power had increased by 30%. It was very impressive. If he cultivated by himself, it would probably take him many years. In such a chaotic situation, it was a great thing to be able to increase one's strength, because one did not know when they would face a strong enemy and face a life and death crisis. If they were not strong enough and were killed, then everything would be for naught, no matter how special their background was. "Don't be in such a hurry to thank me." Chunzong smiled. Then he took out an ancient region token. He'd prepared it for the war demon a long time ago. "What is this?" The war demon didn't understand. "Ancient region token." Chunzong immediately explained the use of the ancient region token to the war demon, as well as the things to pay attention to after entering the ancestral land. Chapter 3380. In the War Demon Emperor's residence in the 100 Battles Universe City, Ling Luo was practicing her fist techniques. Her body didn't look strong at all, but her fist techniques were very strong. Although Ling Luo was only a peak true saint to Chunzong and could be easily killed like an ant, she wasn't weak compared to others of the same level. Her fist technique, in particular, had a domineering air to it. That domineering wasn't the domineering of suppression or power, but the domineering power of crushing everything. Everything would be crushed under her fists. Therefore, in Chunzong's opinion, although Ling Luo wasn't strong enough and her fist techniques weren't strong enough, the power and will contained within had already taken shape. As long as she continued to comprehend and improve, she would eventually be able to walk her own path. Currently, Chunzong was guarding the 100 Battles Universe City for the War Demon because the War Demon had used the Ancient Region token to enter the Ancestral Land to choose an inheritance. As for what inheritance he could obtain, it would depend on his ability and luck. The War Demon could enter the Ancestral Land for a long or short time, but it still needed some time. If the 100 Battles Universe City was attacked while the War Demon wasn't around, it wouldn't be good. Therefore, Chunzong was temporarily guarding the city. While guarding the 100 Battles Universe City for the War Demon, Chunzong also gave Ling Luo some pointers on her cultivation. Although Chunzong was a sword cultivator, Chunzong's level of cultivation was much higher than Ling Luo's. It wasn't difficult for him to give her pointers. In fact, it was very easy. As the saying went, if you understand one method, you will understand all methods. Perhaps Chunzong hadn't reached that level yet, but he was very close. Under Chunzong's guidance, Ling Luo understood and improved her fist techniques. The domineering battle intent that could crush everything grew stronger. Being accepted as a disciple by the war demon was enough to show that Ling Luo's talent and comprehension were extraordinary. The war devil went to the ancestral land and came back. Chunzong immediately felt that there was a slight change in his aura. There was a fluctuation of primordial godly power on his body. The war demon didn't hide anything from Chunzong. Instead, he told Chunzong about the inheritance he had obtained in the ancestral land. Secret art of the war dragon. It was a secret fighting method and cultivation method of the ancient ancestors. It could condense a dragon with a fighting spirit, which would accompany the cultivator. It could protect the cultivator and also become a powerful fighting force. In other words, if one cultivated the battle dragon's secret technique and had the protection of the battle dragon, it was equivalent to having one's own combat strength. The increase in one's strength was still very significant. Thank you. The war demon's tone was full of gratitude. The ancient region medallion allowed one to enter the ancestral land. If not for Chunzong giving it to him, he might have had a chance to obtain an ancient region medallion in the future. However, he did not know when that would be. Opportunities should be obtained as soon as possible. The ancient region medallion was a precious treasure, and Chunzong had personally delivered it to him. It was a kindness. However, to Chunzong, the war demon had helped him before. It was also a kindness. You're welcome. Chunzong smiled and said, since you've obtained the inheritance, the 100 Battles Cosmic City will be left to you to guard. After bidding farewell to the war demon, Chunzong left the 100 Battles Cosmic City. He went through the space-time teleportation array and returned to the heaven-shooting Primal Chaos City. Yunyanxin and Chun had already come out of the ancestral land. They had each obtained an inheritance and also absorbed primordial godly power. Yunyanxin's inheritance was called the Ninefold Flame Secret Technique. It was a unique secret technique. After cultivating it, one could continuously refine their own flame energy. In other words, the prerequisite for cultivating the Ninefold Flame Secret Technique was that one had to master a certain flame. First, one had to master a certain flame, then cultivate the Ninefold Flame Secret Technique and refine, improve, and strengthen it. For example, Yunyanxin's Starbening True Flame could be cultivated and strengthened by the Ninefold Flame Secret Technique. Every time one completed the cultivation of the Ninefold Flame Secret Technique, its power would double. After completing the cultivation of the Ninefold Flame Secret Technique, the Starbening True Flame's power would increase by 9 times. If the Starbening True Flame's power was 1 at the beginning, then after completing the cultivation of the Ninefold Flame Secret Technique, the Starbening True Flame's power would increase to 10 times. Such an increase was naturally very obvious. However, this was not the only benefit because the Starbening True Flame was not an ordinary flame. It was Yunyanxin's bloodline flame. It was a flame that originated from the Starbening True Phoenix's bloodline. Without the Starbening True Phoenix's bloodline, the Starbening True Flame would not exist. The purer and stronger the Starbening True Phoenix's bloodline, the stronger the Starbening True Flame's power. Conversely, the stronger the Starbening True Flame was, the stronger the Starbening True Phoenix's bloodline. As a result, the Ninefold Flame Secret Technique was extremely useful to Yunyanxin. As for the inheritance that Chun had obtained, it was a sword cultivation secret technique called the Blazing Sky Sword Cultivation Secret Technique. After cultivating the secret technique, a layer of sword cultivation would form on the surface of the skin. It was a layer of invisible sword cultivation. This sword cultivation would always exist and would not consume any extra energy. Moreover, the defensive power of this sword cultivation was extremely shocking. It could resist the attacks of water, fire, and saber and sword. Even opponents who were slightly stronger than Chun and would find it difficult to break through the sword cultivation. In short, with that layer of sword cultivation, Chun'an's life would be much more secure, and his ability to survive would be greatly increased. After learning about the secret techniques that Yunyanxin and Chun had obtained, Chunzong smiled. It was not bad, and could be considered to be very suitable for them. In particular, The ninefold flame secret technique was very suitable for Yun Yinxin and Chunin. Unfortunately, this inheritance from the ancestral land could only be cultivated by oneself. It cannot be passed down, nor could it be recorded. The Blazing Skies sword cultivation secret technique was not bad either. At the very least, when Chunin cultivated to the Transcendent Saint stage, the Blazing Skies sword cultivation secret technique would still possess great power. Next, Yun Yinxin and Chunin began to cultivate in seclusion. Firstly, they wanted to refine the primordial divine power in their bodies and strengthen themselves. Secondly, they wanted to cultivate the secret techniques that they had obtained from the ancestral land. They believed that their strength would increase greatly when they came out of seclusion. They might even be able to break through the shackles and reach the Transcendent Saint stage. As Yun Yinxin and Chun began to cultivate in seclusion, Chunzong naturally would not be idle either. It's time to upgrade the Heavenly Will Sword, Chunzong thought to himself. He could not help but feel some desire and excitement in his heart. A quasi-divine artifact, the Heavenly Will Sword, was finally going to be restored to a semi-relic weapon. Chunzong had been waiting for this day for a long time. If the Heavenly Will Sword is restored to a semi-relic weapon, it will probably cause quite a stir. Chunzong calmed down his excitement and thought to himself, I need to find a relatively secret place. After thinking for a while, Chunzong thought of the Taihao Sword Realm. Perhaps it would be good to complete the restoration and upgrade of the Heavenly Will Sword in the Taihao Sword Realm. Its fluctuations would not leak out because of this. Chunzong immediately set off for the Heavenly Mirror Universe City and appeared beside his clone. The clone's strength was not weak, so he would guard the Taihao Sword Realm. With a thought, Chunzong entered the Taihao Sword Realm. The elders and disciples of the Taihao Mountain began to build the mountain gate of the Taihao Mountain. After Chunzong appeared, he reminded them not to panic if they sensed anything. He then flew toward the edge of the Taihao Sword Realm. He took out the World Core Fragment and pulled out the Heavenly Will Sword. Sensing the World Core Fragment's aura, the Heavenly Will Sword trembled slightly. A series of soft sword hums seemed to express the Heavenly Will Sword's desire. Don't worry, it's yours. Chunzong smiled and let go of the sword. The Heavenly Will Sword immediately spun in the air like a happy child. Then, the tip of the sword stabbed toward the World Core Fragment. That stab had the style of a peerless swordsman. The World Core Fragment was incredibly tough. Even when Chunzong wielded the Heavenly Sword and used Sword God's Descent, he was unable to destroy it. As a result, the Heavenly Sword was unable to damage the World Core Fragment at all. But in the next moment, a devouring power suddenly burst out from the Heavenly Will Sword. It slowly devoured the power of the World Core Fragment. However, Chunzong discovered that the Heavenly Will Sword was devouring the power of the World Core Fragment very slowly. At this rate, it'll take at least a few months, maybe even a year, Chunzong calculated after carefully sensing the situation. However, a year of waiting in exchange for a pseudo-relic was worth it. A year was a year. Actually, it wasn't that long. A little meditation and cultivation would pass quickly. The three alien races no longer dared to attack the human and origin territories. Instead, they all withdrew their forces, worried that the human race's peerless god, Jindi, would come knocking on their door. It had to be known that, aside from the clones of gods, none of them were a match for the human race's peerless god, Jindi. As such, there was nothing to worry about. The human race and the origin race were given a chance to catch their breaths. This was the only chance they had to catch their breaths in the past 100 years. They took advantage of this opportunity to increase their cultivation and strength as much as possible so that they wouldn't be killed the next time the three foreign races attacked, because they weren't strong enough. The War Demon worked hard to cultivate the War Dragon's secret technique. Yun Yinxin and Chun also worked hard to cultivate the Ninefold Flame secret technique and the Parting Sky Sword secret technique. Chunzong quietly waited for the Heavenly Will Sword to devour the World Core Fragment. Everything was peaceful and quiet. Time passed slowly, day after day. A month went by, and the heavenly will sword was still devouring the world core fragment. However, the speed at which it was devouring was much faster than before. It continued to devour, and the power of the world core fragment continued to flow into the heavenly will sword. On the heavenly will sword's body, strands of light flowed. Strand after strand, it gave off an indescribable feeling of spirituality. It was so light, yet it was also filled with an unfathomable profoundness. Chunzong sat in the air, quietly waiting for the heavenly will sword to finish devouring the world core fragment. At the same time, he slowly comprehended the way of the sword. His way of the sword had reached a pinnacle. It could be said that he was at the peak of the Ascension sword realm. It was very difficult for him to progress further. Even so, Chunzong didn't give up. Cultivating and comprehending was like rowing a boat against the current. If you didn't advance, you would fall back. Even if you couldn't advance, you had to maintain it. You couldn't slack off. As time passed, day after day, month after month. Finally, a year had passed. Chapter 3381. Within the Taihao sword world, the world core fragment was finally completely devoured by the heavenly will sword and disappeared. On the heavenly will sword, strands of light flowed like water. It looked so beautiful and wonderful. The curves and curves seemed to contain the endless mysteries of the world. Chunzong could acutely sense that a deep aura was beginning to awaken from the heavenly will sword and gradually spread out. As it trembled, a series of joyful sword cries rang out from the heavenly will sword. Strands of sword chi surged out from the heavenly will sword and lingered in the surroundings. The sword chi was very gentle and full of spirituality. Chunzong grasped the hilt of the sword and immediately sensed that a deep and powerful power was awakening from the heavenly will sword. It was like a sleeping beast had awakened and was beginning to display an unparalleled and astonishing power. In a trance, Chunzong also seemed to have seen the birth of a world from nothingness, the birth of heaven and earth. That kind of light was so beautiful, and that kind of opening was so profound that Chunzong was immersed in it, unable to extricate himself. The heavenly will sword continued to tremble, as if it was creating a new world. An astonishing power gradually awakened and spread out. It flowed on the sword and into Chunzong's hand along the hilt of the sword. It then spread to his arm and body. Under this trickle-like power, the man and the sword merged into one, and there was no longer any difference between them. Sword will. The astonishing sword will awakened and soared into the sky. Endless sword chi followed, vast and mighty, sweeping out in all directions. In the distance, the elders and disciples who were in the midst of constructing the Taihao mountain also sensed the sudden eruption of sword intent and astonishing sword might. Stunned, they all stopped what they were doing and turned their heads to look. They could vaguely see a huge, illusory sword silhouette traversing the sky. It seemed to be 10,000 meters long, radiating with supreme sword might that could dominate the world. Under that shocking sword might, everyone felt a kind of pressure, a pressure that came from the depths of their hearts and souls. In the next moment, their swords all trembled and actually took the initiative to fly out of their sheaths and directly into the sky, worshipping in the sky. Yes, they were worshipping as if they were worshipping a god. 10,000 swords greet the ancestor. Every single sword was trembling slightly, constantly emitting sword power. When the sword power gathered together, it was extremely vast, causing people to be extremely shocked. This scene immediately caused the group of elders and disciples to be endlessly shocked. Soon after, they recalled what the sect master had instructed them to not panic, no matter what movement they felt. It seemed that everything was within the sect master's control. However, he didn't expect the commotion to be so huge. The illusory 10,000-meter-long giant sword streaked across the sky with shocking sword power. It spread out in all directions and filled the entire Taihao sword realm. The worship of the tens of thousands of swords gave the elders and disciples a sudden epiphany in swordsmanship for no reason. This was a rare opportunity, and none of them were fools. They immediately seized the opportunity and took the initiative to comprehend it. In this wondrous state, whether it was the elders or the disciples, their comprehension of the Tao of the sword was more than 3 times faster than usual. Some even reached 10 times faster. It was very shocking. The foundation of the Tao of the sword was becoming more and more solid at an astonishing speed. Chunzong was also in the midst of comprehension. It was like the opening and birth of a world. This scene had a very strong impact on Chunzong's mind. At the same time, waves of tyrannical power continued to spread out from the depths of the heavenly wool sword and spread into Chunzong's body. It made Chunzong's indestructible body of the universe gradually strengthen again, and the mixed Yuan heart force also became more and more pure. This was the feedback of the heavenly wool sword. Every time the heavenly wool sword recovered and improved, its power would recover. The power contained in the deepest part of the heavenly wool sword was equivalent to the power of a macro world. How vast and vigorous it was. Once it recovered, it would be fed back to Chunzong, thus improving Chunzong's physique and cultivation strength. Thus, Chunzong's strength would be improved. This was also what Chunzong had been looking forward to. He didn't expect that this time, not only would he improve the strength of the indestructible body of the universe and the mixed Yuan heart force, but he would also be able to further comprehend his swordsmanship. It was an all-round improvement. The heavenly wool sword continued to hum, and a powerful force was awakening within it, surging out continuously. Wave after wave, it was as if the waters of the sea were flowing endlessly, without end. Tens of thousands of swords continued to hum. Sword chi wreaked havoc in all directions within the vast sword realm, as if it had turned into a storm of sword chi that swept out endlessly, leaving streaks of marks in the sky. Those were sword marks. Each streak of sword chi seemed to condense a kind of fluctuation of sword will, containing the mysteries of the sword. The mysteries of the sword were myriad and ever-changing, explaining all the mysteries of the way of the sword. Chunzong's long hair fluttered. Every strand of hair seemed to contain an astonishing fluctuation of sword chi, as if piercing into the sky. The essence of the world within the vast sword realm was also affected and gradually changed. The originally non-elemental essence of the world seemed to be gradually dyed with traces of fluctuation of sword will, turning into a kind of essence of the world that contained the property of sword chi. However, this kind of essence of the world with the property of sword chi was very pure and mild. It could be absorbed into the body without causing any harm. Time passed slowly. The property of sword chi in the essence of the world gradually strengthened, becoming richer and purer. Everything was peaceful outside. The Sky Mirror Universe City was not attacked. The 3 alien tribes did not make any moves, and the Ancient Demon Clan, and Divine Devil Clan did not make any moves either. It felt as if the world had suddenly entered a state of peace. However, that was not the case. They were just shocked by the amazing power of the unparalleled god Jindi and did not make any moves. They were all thinking of countermeasures to deal with the unparalleled god Jindi of the human clan. He was an expert of a human clan who had the power of a divine doppelganger. Unlike a divine doppelganger, he was not restricted and could move freely. He was undoubtedly a great threat. Before they figured out a way to deal with the unparalleled god Jindi of the human clan, they should take a defensive stance and withdraw their forces. If necessary, they should give up some cities. Once they figured out a way to deal with the unparalleled god Jindi of the human clan, things would be different. They could take back whatever they lost. Yun Yinshin and Chun and each occupied one of the 2 secret rooms in the sky-shooting chaotic world cities, Chun and's courtyard. Inside Yun Yinshin's room, wisps of fiery power suffused the room, coiling around Yun Yinshin's body like strands of silk. As a result, the temperature in the room had been rising to an extremely high temperature, which could easily melt steel into molten iron. Yun Yinshin was practicing the first level of the 9-fold flame secret skill, the star-burning true flame. It was constantly refined, and its purity was constantly increasing, so its power was constantly increasing. The first level of the ninefold flame secret skill was undoubtedly the easiest to cultivate. Even so, it would take some time to master it. As the flame aura filled the air, it kept twisting and turning into a divine seal, a flame divine seal. When the flame divine seal was successfully condensed, it would mean that the first level of the ninefold flame secret skill had been mastered. Yun Yinshin's expression was cold and solemn. He was fully focused on controlling the power of his star-burning true flame, constantly refining it to the limit. Finally, the divine seal was formed and directly branded into Yun Yinshin's bloodline. Yun Yinshin only felt his star-burning true phoenix bloodline tremble. Flames suddenly burst out of his body and covered it, burning it. It burned. It seemed to burn endlessly. The more it burned, the more shocking it became. It was as if it wanted to burn everything to ashes. The terrifying might of the flames continued to wreak havoc in all directions, condensing into the shape of a flaming phoenix. It spread its wings and soared freely in the secret room. Its figure was so agile and beautiful, and the power it contained was so shocking. Mastering the first level of the ninefold flame secret skill and refining the pure bloodline, my star-burning true phoenix bloodline has reached the peak of the peak. Yun Yinshin thought to himself, if I master the second level of the ninefold flame secret skill, there's hope for me to break through the shackles and raise my bloodline to the extremity level. As long as his bloodline was raised to the extremity level, his potential would increase tremendously. At the same time, his power would increase significantly. There was hope for him to break through the shackles and raise his bloodline from the Sir God level to the Great Emperor level. Even if the second level of the ninefold flame secret skill couldn't do it, there were still the third and fourth levels. They could definitely help him break through the shackles and reach the Great Emperor level. In the current chaotic great cosmos, only great emperors had the strength to protect themselves. In the other secret room, Chonin was bitterly cultivating the secret technique of the blazing sky sword as well, and he mobilized the sword insight in his body to control the sword chi that suffused the surroundings. As it ceaselessly revolved around him, it crisscrossed and shuttled about, and it seemed as if it was weaving into a net of sword chi that covered every single part of his body and stuck closely to his skin. The net of sword aura was like weaving clothes. It had to be stacked layer by layer, turning the sword aura into aura before it could form a defense. The secret skill of the Blazing Heaven Sword aura was divided into 3 levels. The first level was to condense sword aura 10 times into sword aura. The second level was to condense sword aura 100 times into sword aura. The third level was to condense sword aura 1,000 times into sword aura. After the first level of the secret skill of the Blazing Heaven Sword aura was mastered, it could withstand most of the attacks of Sir God level. If the second level was mastered, it could withstand the attacks of an ordinary Great Emperor level. If the third level was mastered, even an extreme Great Emperor wouldn't be able to break through it easily. However, it wasn't easy to master the secret skill of the Blazing Heaven Sword aura, especially the second and third levels. Chenin hadn't mastered the first level yet, but it will be done soon. In the 100 Battles Universe City, the War Demon had already mastered the basics of the Battle Dragon secret technique. A black dragon formed from battle intent was circling around him. It was about 1 meter long, and its scales looked like they were made of fine steel. It looked very lifelike, like a real black dragon with flesh and blood. However, the black dragon formed from the initial mastery wasn't strong enough. It still needed to be condensed with fighting spirit to increase the strength of the black dragon. Chapter 3382. Within the great bright sword realm, the figure of the huge sword had disappeared, but the air was still filled with astonishing sword might. Fine sword slashes of varying lengths were left behind in the void. Every single sword slash contained the mysteries of the sword, making people feel that it was unfathomable. The swords hovering in the air all fell down and returned to their sheaths. Everything seemed to have returned to silence. Only the sword might that had yet to disperse seemed to be telling the story of the shocking tremors from before. At the very top, there was the most obvious sword scar. It was 1,000 meters long, as if it had cut open a crack in the sky. The shocking sword might constantly emanated from it, spreading in all directions as if it had formed an invisible sword domain. The Yuan Qi of the world had also unknowingly taken on the attribute of sword qi. When the elders and disciples absorbed and refined it, their cultivation had also taken on the sharpness of sword qi, making it more suitable for them to use swordsmanship. Qinzong had only wanted to conceal the commotion caused by the heavenly will sword becoming a semi-god weapon. He had chosen to enter the Taihao sword realm, but he had not expected that his unintentional actions would actually lead to such a change in the Taihao sword realm. This was undoubtedly a very good change. It meant that in the future, the disciples of the Taihao mountain would be able to cultivate in the Taihao sword realm even more effectively. Furthermore, they would be able to better comprehend the mysteries of the way of the sword. In other words, the heavenly will sword becoming a semi-god weapon had left behind some opportunities for the Taihao sword realm. It was a very good opportunity. As for Qinzong, he had already left the Taihao sword realm with the heavenly will sword. The heavenly will sword. Qinzong gripped the hilt of the sword in his right hand. The heavenly will sword was held horizontally in front of him. His eyes were as clear as water as he stared at the blade of the sword. The blade of the sword was like the autumn waters in the sky. It looked so quiet and cold, but it also contained endless mysteries. Every line was mysterious and astonishing. Qinzong's left hand was like a sword. He gently placed the fingers of his left hand on the sword and slowly stroked it. There was a bone-chilling feeling. At the same time, Qinzong seemed to hear a sword hum. It belonged to the heavenly will sword. It seemed to be saying something to Qinzong. Spirituality. Ascending from a chaos sacred tool to a quasi-divine tool was a qualitative leap. It was a great improvement, like the difference between heaven and earth. The difference between a chaos sacred weapon and a demigod weapon was not only in terms of power, but also in terms of spirituality. A demigod artifact already had a preliminary intelligence and could communicate with people. Right now, the heavenly will sword was communicating with Qinzong. So that's how it is. Qinzong came to a sudden realization after communicating with the heavenly will sword. Now, the heavenly will sword had indeed become a lesser god weapon, but it had not fully recovered its former power. This was because there were differences between demigod artifacts. There weren't as many demigod weapons as chaos sacred weapons. There were only two levels: spiritual quasi-divine artifacts and true quasi-divine artifacts. The so-called spirit quasi-artifact meant that quasi-artifact had spirituality and wisdom and could communicate with people. However, this kind of communication was not through language, but through spirituality. A true quasi-divine artifact was superior to a spirit quasi-divine artifact. It could transform, control one's own strength, etc. Naturally, a true quasi-god artifact was stronger than a spirit quasi-god artifact. As for demigod artifacts, it was just a general term. In the past, the heavenly will sword was a true quasi-divine artifact. Now it was a spirit quasi-divine artifact. It still needed to continue recovering. If it wanted to recover further, it could also devour ancient demon quasi-divine origin or ancient demon quasi-divine origin. However, it was not enough for one piece, nor was it enough for one world core fragment. It needed at least several pieces. In a short time, it would be difficult for the heavenly will sword to recover to the true quasi-divine artifact level. However, even if the heavenly will sword recovered to the true quasi-divine artifact level, Qinzong would still find it difficult to control it. The spirit quasi-divine artifact level heavenly will sword was just right for Qinzong. Even Qinzong found it difficult to fully unleash the power of the spirit quasi-divine artifact level heavenly will sword. A demigod artifact was a divine artifact suitable for a demigod realm expert to wield. Only a demigod realm expert could fully unleash the power of a demigod artifact. After all, there were still some differences between those below the demigod realm. However, no matter what, the Heavenly Will Sword's upgrade to a demigod artifact level still brought Chunzong great benefits. First, the Heavenly Will Sword's power had at least doubled. This meant that Chunzong's swordsmanship power had also increased significantly when wielding the Heavenly Will Sword. Secondly, when the Heavenly Will Sword was upgraded to a demigod artifact level, the power of Chunzong's cosmic immortal body had doubled again. The already tyrannical cosmic immortal body's power had doubled again. Now, even when facing a top Great Emperor Realm expert, he could still hold his own. Once again, his mixed Yuan heart force had been further refined, and its purity had also increased by several folds. With this increase, the power that the mixed Yuan heart force could unleash was even more powerful. Previously, Chunzong's mixed Yuan heart force was already very pure. It was even purer than the cultivation power of a peak Great Emperor Realm expert. Now that its purity had doubled, it was even closer to the power of a divine avatar. Lastly, Chunzong had mastered another trump card, and another trump card. All in all, the benefits of the Heavenly Will Sword's recovery and upgrade were very significant. Chunzong estimated that his power had at least doubled. Previously, his power was already very strong. Now that it had doubled, how terrifying would it be? Divine Avatar! Chunzong held the Heavenly Will Sword. He was very excited. Traces of sword essence spread out. His eyes shone brightly, as if they could see through the sun and the moon. Previously, the primordial frost demon god's avatar was very strong. In the end, he had to use his strongest secret sword, Sword God's Descent, to repel it. However, he was unable to kill it. However, now, Chunzong was confident that he could fight the primordial frost demon god's avatar without using Sword God's Descent. If he used Sword God's Descent, he might have a chance to kill the primordial frost demon god's avatar, although the possibility was not very high. If it's just one divine avatar, I can definitely fight it, Chunzong said to himself. But if two divine avatars join forces, I'm still no match for it. The gap between them was a gap. It was not something that a semi-divine weapon could change. After all, it was a divine avatar created by a demigod expert. It was innately stronger than a demigod and had some of the power of a demigod. Let's enter the ancient realm again and see if I can find a suitable inheritance, Chunzong thought to himself. In terms of offensive power, he was very strong. In terms of defensive power, the King Grade Ancient Divine Sword Armor was also very strong. In terms of perception, the Heart Sword Bloodline was very strong. In terms of divine will, it was also very strong under continuous refinement. Shortcoming? Today, Chunzong had almost no shortcoming. Or rather, he did not have any shortcoming. He was very outstanding in all aspects and was improving at the same time. Chunzong was not in a hurry to enter the ancestral land. Instead, he continued to think about what he needed now. Of course, he needed to break through to the demigod realm. However, until now, he had not found any clues. His way of cultivation was different from others. It was his own creation, which meant that it was unique. It also meant that the road ahead was difficult. Step by step, he continued to comprehend, find the right direction, and step onto the right path. Step by step, he had already reached the pinnacle. The next step would be to break through to the demigod realm. It was too difficult. In the entire human race, there were countless cultivators. However, there were only 8 demigods. The ratio was very low. Breaking through to the demigod realm was a must. Although he did not have any clues, Chunzong would not give up. However, before he broke through to the demigod realm, it was necessary to strengthen his own strength as much as possible and enrich his skills. Currently, he did not have any shortcomings in any aspect. It would be very difficult to find a secret method to increase his strength. The ancient ancestors might be very strong, but Chunzong was confident that there were few who could match him in the same cultivation realm. After all, no matter how strong the ancient ancestors were, they could not surpass the heavenly human tribe, the demon tribe, and the giant tribe. At best, they were at the same level. This was the upper limit. If I can find an inheritance of the doppelganger technique, it might be possible, Chunzong said to himself. He had the ability to refine doppelgangers. It was an ability that came with the immortal body of the universe. Unfortunately, he could only refine one doppelganger. Previously, it was used to guard Taihao Mountain. Now, it was used to guard Tianjing University. Even the doppelganger technique of the immortal body of the universe was not strong enough. The doppelganger that was refined was only his normal strength. It was not very useful in high-intensity battles. What Chunzong needed was a doppelganger secret method that could replicate 100% of his strength. Even if it was not 100%, it would be good if it could replicate 70% or 80% of his strength. After all, 70% or 80% of his strength was very strong. Then I'll use an ancient region token to look for it, Chunzong said to himself. His eyes flashed. Immediately, he let his doppelganger act as a guard and activated the array formation of the secret chamber. As Chunzong's energy surged, his divine will poured into the ancient region medallion. The ancient region medallion started to glow as it melted into a ray of light. Carrying Chunzong's spiritual consciousness, it entered the endless void and continued to advance forward. Time and space seemed to be retreating under that stream of light. The multicolored stream of light looked so magnificent, so fascinating, and so fascinating. It seemed like a long time had passed, but in fact, it was only a short moment. Chunzong's spiritual consciousness passed through the turbulence of time and space and appeared in front of a huge ancient bronze gate. An incomparably vigorous aura was constantly diffusing from the gate and filling the surroundings. This was not the first time Chunzong had come here. It was the second time. Even so, Chunzong still felt a vigorous aura from the huge ancient bronze gate. It was a vigorous and ancient aura that seemed to be filled with the mysteries of endless time. Every line on the gate was so clear, and every pattern seemed to explain the mysteries of a civilization. Taking a deep breath, Chunzong reached out and pressed on the huge ancient bronze gate. Chapter 3383. The ancestors' land was filled with endless primordial divine power. Chunzong did not absorb any more primordial divine power because it could no longer give Chunzong any tempering or enhancement effect. Since that was the case, there was no need to waste it. Chunzong flew over at a very fast speed. His eyes swept across the place, and all the words on the stone steels entered his eyes. Compared to the first time he entered the ancestors' land, Chunzong's strength had improved significantly. He could resist the repulsive force of the ancestors' land better. He could stay here longer and have more time for Chunzong to read and choose, and finally find an inheritance that was more suitable for him. Chunzong was fast, had strong resistance, and could understand the words on the stone tablets. He had a general understanding of what kind of inheritance it was. He was very efficient. Chunzong browsed through one stone tablet after another. He saw the inheritance stone tablet of the secret of concealment of the void. He did not stop and directly flew past it. As he continued to read, the repulsive force of the ancestors' land became more and more obvious and stronger. It was like a pair of invisible hands constantly pushing Chunzong's body, trying to push Chunzong out and out of here. To resist the increasing repulsive force of the ancestors' land, Chunzong even opened the 9 Great Void acupoints to further resist the repulsive force and continued to search. In the end, Chunzong read through all the inheritances in the ancestors' land. It seems that only inheritance is suitable for me now. Chunzong's mind instantly flashed back to the various inheritances that he had just read. He immediately made a decision. The repulsive force was getting stronger and stronger. If he continued, he would not be able to withstand it and would have to leave. Since he had used a precious ancient region token to enter the ancestors' land, it would be a waste to leave without obtaining an inheritance. In that case, he could only pick the taller one out of the shorter ones and choose a relatively more suitable one to receive the inheritance. This inheritance was a secret technique called the extreme Tao illusory body secret technique. After choosing the inheritance, Chunzong immediately accepted it. After accepting the inheritance, he could no longer withstand the repulsive force of the ancestral land. He was directly expelled and appeared outside the ancient bronze gate. In the next moment, Chunzong once again traveled through time and space. He left the bronze door and returned to his body, bringing back a legacy. Extreme Tao Phantom Body. This was a secret technique inheritance that allowed one to transform into a clone. It was suitable for those below the demigod realm to cultivate. It was useless for demigods. In fact, all the inheritances in the ancestral land were useless to demigods and were only suitable for those below demigods. When the extreme illusory body was cultivated to the pinnacle, one could create a doppelganger that had 100% of one's strength and could use all of one's skills. It was like a copy of the original body. It sounded like the extreme Tao illusory body secret technique was very powerful and shocking, but in fact it was not. Its advantages were obvious, and its disadvantages were equally obvious. The extreme Tao illusion body secret technique had to be cultivated in advance. In other words, one had to condense a doppelganger in advance. The doppelganger could reside in the body of the main body and be summoned when needed. Once the doppelganger was summoned, it could not be recalled immediately. It could only be recalled when the doppelganger's strength was exhausted and replenished. The second disadvantage was that the doppelganger did not have any intelligence. It was like a puppet that needed to be controlled by the original body. Only when the original body was controlling the doppelganger could it exert its strength. Therefore, to some extent, the doppelganger condensed by the extreme Tao illusory body secret technique was actually used to replace the original body to do some exploration. For example, when exploring some secret realms or forbidden areas, if one was worried about encountering dangers that one could not resist, one could use the extreme Tao phantom body secret technique to create a doppelganger. Then the doppelganger would be controlled remotely by the main body. If the doppelganger was unable to deal with the danger, then the main body would give up. However, if the main body was able to deal with the danger, then the main body would really go and explore. This was the usual way of using the extreme Tao illusory body secret technique. However, some people would use it differently. For example, fighting with the original body. To fight with the original body meant that the original body had to have the ability to multitask. It was true multitasking and would not interfere with each other at all. It was not the kind of distraction that would weaken the control of the original body's strength or the doppelganger's strength. The consequence of that would undoubtedly be that the original body and doppelganger's strength could not be fully exerted. However, this shortcoming was nothing to Chunzong. It was not a shortcoming at all. This was because Chunzong could easily control the doppelganger under the wholehearted chaotic prime realm. As for whether this was the case, he needed to verify it. How to verify it? It was very simple. First, cultivate the extreme Tao illusory body secret technique to the extreme. Then, condense a doppelganger and try it out. With the cooperation of Chunzong's superb comprehension and the wholehearted chaotic prime realm, Chunzong quickly finished comprehending the extreme Tao illusory body secret technique and began to cultivate it. The requirement of cultivating the extreme Tao illusory body secret technique was to have a good control of one's own strength. This was not difficult for Chunzong. Moreover, Chunzong had refined a doppelganger, which had become a kind of experience for him. Therefore, in less than a month, Chunzong successfully cultivated the extreme Tao illusory body secret technique to the extreme. It would take others 10 years or even longer to cultivate it to the extreme. In order to cultivate the extreme Tao illusory body secret technique, in addition to thoroughly comprehending and cultivating it, one also needed to rely on external forces, a kind of treasure called the illusory god gold. Chunzong spent some battle merits to exchange for a piece of illusory god gold from the divine fighting union. The illusory god gold was indeed a treasure. However, It was not a precious treasure, and its uses were limited. Therefore, its value was not particularly high. Of course, it was not low either. Chunzong spent 50,000 battle merits to exchange for it. 50,000 battle merits was not much compared to the 200,000 or 500,000 battle merits that Chunzong had spent before. However, it was not little at all. It should be known that the basic battle merits of a battle mission were 1,000. Only those who performed outstandingly in the battle could get more battle merits. However, it was basically hundreds to thousands of battle merits, rarely tens of thousands of battle merits. An ordinary true Saint Realm expert would have to spend a lot of time and endure a lot of danger to gather 50,000 battle merits. The texture of the illusionary god metal was soft, but it didn't lose its toughness. It wasn't suitable for refining tools, but it was perfect for cultivating the extreme path phantom body secret art. By consuming one's cultivation base, essence, energy, and spirit, using the illusionary god metal as the foundation, Chunzong continuously poured his strength into it, refining it over and over again. This allowed his strength to completely fuse with the illusionary god metal. With a flash of light, Chunzong's body seemed to be in a trance for an instant. A figure suddenly emerged from Chunzong's body and appeared beside him. The figure quickly turned from illusory to solid, looking exactly the same as Chunzong. However, perhaps because the doppelganger was condensed with the illusory god gold as the foundation, its skin looked pale gold. Therefore, it was easy to distinguish it from the real body. Moreover, the doppelganger's eyes were dull and lifeless. It was motionless. It was a wooden man. After checking carefully, Chunzong nodded and then separated his mind and merged it with the doppelganger. The doppelganger began to move under the control of Chunzong's mind. It first raised its hand, then walked, ran, jumped, and performed a set of fist techniques to familiarize itself with the doppelganger. Before long, Chunzong had completely familiarized himself with and mastered the doppelganger. He then drew his sword. Yes, there was a sword at the doppelganger's waist. It was equivalent to a replica of the Heart's Will Heavenly Sword. Of course, it did not have the powerful power of the Heart's Will Heavenly Sword. After all, the Heart's Will Heavenly Sword was a quasi-divine weapon. The extreme Tao illusory body secret technique was useless against demigods and quasi-divine weapons. Therefore, the sword at the doppelganger's waist was just a very ordinary sword. At best, it was equivalent to a peak chaotic divine weapon. It seems that I have to get a suitable sword. It has to be at least a quasi-divine weapon. Chunzong could not help but think to himself. It was unrealistic to obtain a quasi-divine weapon. Of course, if there was a chance, Chunzong would also like to obtain one. However, a quasi-divine weapon was easier to obtain compared to a quasi-divine weapon. Otherwise, he could take away the doppelganger's quasi-divine weapon, the Black King's sword, and let the doppelganger use the original peak chaotic divine weapon. The doppelganger immediately swung his sword and performed the sword principle of one mind. Everything about the doppelganger was inherited from the real body. The doppelganger would be as strong as the real body. The real body and the doppelganger began to exchange pointers. The feeling of performing the sword principle of one mind with Chunzong's consciousness controlling the doppelganger was very strange. He was fighting himself. Although fighting with the doppelganger was also considered as fighting himself, there was still a difference. The doppelganger did not need to be controlled by the real body. It had intelligence and could move independently. However, using the doppelganger to fight with the real body was different from fighting with the doppelganger. Soon, Chunzong gave up. It was boring. The feeling was like playing cards in the open. He could clearly see each other's cards. Moreover, all the cards were the same. There was no mystery at all. It was very boring. After many attempts, Chunzong finally figured out the power and mystery of the doppelganger cultivated by the extreme phantom secret method. The doppelganger that he condensed with his normal strength possessed his normal strength. When he controlled the doppelganger, he could perform all kinds of techniques. However, there was one technique that he could not perform, which was the void concealment secret method. The void concealment secret method required one to open the void aperture first. Obviously, the doppelganger could not open the void aperture. This meant that the doppelganger's fighting endurance was obviously limited, just like the doppelganger's doppelganger. Fortunately, Chunzong also discovered that the void aperture secret method of the real body could connect with the doppelganger's void aperture secret method to replenish the doppelganger's energy consumption. In other words, as long as Chunzong's real body's energy was not exhausted, there was hope that the doppelganger would continue to exist. When Chunzong tried to condense the doppelganger under the full power of the king-level ancient god sword armor, the doppelganger's power reached the level of Chunzong's ancient god sword armor. The doppelganger's body was also covered with a layer of light golden sword armor. The ancient god sword armor was not an item like the heavenly will sword. It was cultivated from Chunzong's body. Therefore, it could be manifested on the doppelganger. With the extreme phantom secret method, my combat power has increased again. I can even kill the doppelganger of a god now. Chunzong thought to himself. His eyes flashed with a sharp light. Chapter 3384. The 100-meter-tall giant in broken armor was originally wandering slowly, but it seemed to have sensed the aura of the four people. It immediately turned around and rushed toward them, its speed increasing in an instant. It was as if a slow-crawling tortoise had turned into a fast-running rabbit. With a height of 100 meters and an extremely strong body, it gave off an extremely strong sense of oppression. In particular, the broken armor on its body added a bit of a tragic aura to it. I'll do it. As soon as True Monarch Insect, controlling True Monarch spoke, black smoke surged out and rapidly spread out, enveloping everything in all directions. A roar suddenly sounded, and a huge insect beast appeared. The insect beast looked like a mantis with hard armor. The mantis was 10 meters long, but it was nothing compared to the giant wanderer. It was still very small. However, the mantis insect beast was extremely fast. It flapped the wings on its back and immediately burst out with an amazing speed. It instantly drew an arc and rushed toward the giant wanderer as if it was tearing the void apart. Its knife arm cut horizontally in an instant and cut the giant's strong and huge body in an instant, as if it was going to cut everything apart. In the next breath, a shocking scene appeared. When a mantis insect beast's arm cut into the giant's skin, it was unable to completely cut it open. It was extremely difficult for the mantis insect beast to make a shallow cut. For such a huge giant, the cut was nothing. It was as if a mosquito bite was a flesh wound. How is it possible? Insect controlling True Lord was extremely shocked. The mantis insect beast was equivalent to an ordinary true Saint Realm insect beast, especially its knife arm, which was extremely sharp and was at the level of a half-chaos divine weapon. However, it couldn't cut the giant's skin and really hurt him. How tough was the giant's skin? The mantis insect beast was extremely fast. It quickly flew around the giant's body. Its knife arm continued to cut and cut everywhere, but it still couldn't really cut the giant's skin and hurt the giant's body. Again, insect controlling True Lord shouted in a low voice. As the black smoke surged, it became more and more vigorous, and a new insect beast appeared. It was a 20-meter-tall insect beast with a huge black carapace on its back. The carapace was covered with black spikes, and it looked like a mutated giant beetle. There was a protruding horn on the giant beetle's head, but the end of the horn wasn't sharp at all. Instead, it was a huge ball covered with spikes that was several meters in size, like a hammer. The giant beetle roared like a ferocious beast. Then, the wings on its back spread out. In the high-speed vibration, it directly rushed toward the giant wanderer, and the huge hammerball on its head smashed out fiercely. With a bang, the giant wanderer's huge 100-meter-long body trembled and swayed again and again. But then, the giant wanderer's huge fist also smashed down on the giant beetle. It was like a meteorite falling to the ground, directly bombarding the body of the 20-meter-tall giant beetle. The tyrannical and terrifying power erupted in an instant, directly bombarding the giant beetle and forcing it to retreat. However, the giant beetle was also 20 meters long. Its weight was shocking, and it was also very good at strength. After flying back dozens of meters, it immediately stopped and rushed out again. Another fierce attack made the giant's body shake again, and it took a few steps back. The giant beetle's carapace was extremely hard. Even if it was hit, it wasn't hurt. It cooperated with the mantis insect beast and fought the giant wanderer fiercely. The giant wanderer could only be regarded as an ordinary true saint, but its body was huge and tough. Its defensive power was also very terrifying. It could fight against a top true saint. No wonder Immortal Heavenly Talisman couldn't go all the way. If there were more than a dozen of such giant wanderers, even a top true saint would have a hard time. Even the experts on the real chaotic ranking would have a hard time dealing with them. If it was a stronger giant wanderer, it would be even more difficult to deal with. The mantis insect beast and the giant beetle together were enough to fight against the giant wanderer, but it seemed that it wouldn't be so easy to kill it. Enlightened Heavenly Talisman made his move. With a wave of his hand, a silver talisman immediately broke through the air and turned into an extremely cold and incomparably sharp blade light. It seemed to be able to cut through the void and directly attacked the giant wanderer. With a swish, the giant wanderer's extremely strong body was directly torn apart by the cold silver blade light. Immediately, Enlightened Heavenly Talisman's index finger and middle finger turned into a sword finger. He pointed at the silver blade light and then rotated it, guiding the peerless blade light directly around the giant wanderer's neck and cutting it. The giant wanderer's head was immediately cut off. The huge head rolled down and hit the ground with a dull roar. It sounded like a drum, and the ground shook. Layers of ripples spread out like a raging wind. Chunzong's pupils contracted slightly. He could feel the power of the silver blade light. It was very shocking. After the blade light cut off the giant wanderer's head, it flew back and fell into the hands of Enlightened Heavenly Talisman. It was a pure silver talisman. It looked like it was made of silver metal, but it was as thin as a piece of paper. It trembled slightly in the hands of Enlightened Heavenly Talisman, giving people a feeling of toughness. This is the Divine Blade Talisman. Enlightened Heavenly Talisman noticed Chunzong's gaze and suddenly smiled. Then, everyone studied the giant wanderer's body. Under the penetration of Chunzong's mixed Yuan heart force, they found that the giant's body was very strong. Its skin, muscles, bones, and so on were very dense, as if it had been tempered thousands of times. However, the body had been gray and decayed. It was obvious that it had been dead for a long time. In fact, when he saw the giant wanderer, Chunzong knew that the giant was no longer alive. Its whole body was full of death energy. The death energy was strong and decayed, indicating that it had been dead for a long time. It was just that he didn't know why it was still wandering in this barren land. After cutting off its head, the giant fell to the ground and stopped moving. After studying it for a while, they had a more intuitive understanding of the giant wanderer. The four of them continued to move forward. The mantis insect beast and the giant beetle were in the vanguard. They were not ordinary insect beasts, but true saint-level insect beasts. They were not weak and would not be killed so easily. On this barren land, there seemed to be many giant wanderers. Not long after, Chunzong and the other three encountered a group of giant wanderers. There were more than a dozen of them. Every giant rogue brazenly rushed forward. Their 100-meter-tall and extremely strong bodies were extremely heavy, just like mountains. When they ran, their legs were like huge drumsticks, and they used the ground as a drum, making a series of deafening sounds. The ground shook, and the terrible impact force rushed out wave after wave, making people feel even more depressed. Quickly finish them. Enlightened Heavenly Talisman's expression changed dramatically. Otherwise, we may attract more giants. Sigh. Taoist Cho sighed slightly. His sigh was full of sorrow and seemed to affect the surroundings, causing people to involuntarily fall into sorrow. However, such emotions could not affect Chunzong and the others. Perfected Insect Master was some distance away from Taoist Cho. In addition, Taoist Cho deliberately restrained himself, so it did not affect Perfected Insect Master. This eye was mainly aimed at the giant wanderers. Unfortunately, it did not work because the giant wanderers were dead and had lost their wisdom when they were alive. Without wisdom, they were muddle-headed and naturally had no joy, anger, sorrow, or other emotions. The Sai was also a sign that Taoist Cho was about to strike. In an instant, a palm print blasted out across the sky. The palm print contained a sorrowful and gloomy will that made one feel extremely depressed. When one was targeted, one would feel all sorts of negative emotions. However, the emotions and will of the palm print still could not do anything to the giants. With a bang, the palm directly hit the head of a giant rogue. The tyrannical power erupted and immediately imprinted itself between its eyebrows, leaving a deep palm print. Under the tyrannical palm, the giant rogue was pushed back and fell down, its huge body falling backward. Enlightened Heavenly Talisman activated the Divine Knife Talisman and attacked the giant. Perfected Insect Master also controlled the two insect beasts to attack the giant wanderers. Shenzong suddenly burst out. The Heavenly Will Sword was unsheathed and streaked across the sky, creating a dazzling sword light. The moment the sword light appeared, it took away all the brilliance in the surroundings. The other three could not help but look at it. They unconsciously narrowed their eyes and felt that it was difficult to look directly at it. Just the sword light alone was enough to shock them. They couldn't help but be shocked. As expected of a peerless expert who could fight to a draw with the black flame saint of the dazzling flame divine palace. His strength was indeed powerful and shocking. The sword light flashed and instantly tore the sky apart. A feeling of cutting through everything spontaneously arose, making Chunzong feel very carefree. The extremely tough body of the giant wanderers could not resist the sharp sword light at all. In an instant, their necks were cut open and their heads were chopped off, falling heavily to the ground. Chunzong killed a giant wanderer with one sword. He had no intention of holding back. The second sword, the third sword, the fourth sword, he displayed the single heart sword technique at the fastest speed. Every sword was sharp and unparalleled, chasing after the souls of the giants. In just a few breaths, more than a dozen giant wanderers were slaughtered. Among them, 9 were killed by Chunzong's sword. No wonder you are the unparalleled sword saint. Your way of the sword is unparalleled. Enlightened Heavenly Talisman immediately complimented him. His tone was very sincere and made people feel comfortable. Taoist Cho and Perfected Insect Master also complimented him. I'm a sword cultivator. I'm best at fighting and killing. Chunzong smiled. Sword cultivators were recognized as the best practitioners in fighting and killing. Enlightened Heavenly Talisman and Perfected Insect Master might not be as good as him in killing, but they each had their own specialties. For example, he did not know the way of Talisman and the way of Insect Master. After a round of compliments, they did not stop at all. The purpose of entering this place was not to fight the giant wanderers, but to seek opportunities. After all, this was a relic left from the pre-ancient universe era. It was very rare. If they could get some opportunities from it, it would be of great benefit to them. Chapter 3385. The chapter of the Way of the Sword was sent to the wrong page. Please wait for a moment. After the content is updated, please refresh the page to get the latest update. Chapter 3386. Everyone, the 14th chapter has been corrected. Xiao Cheng's visit had a purpose. His first purpose was to visit Chunzong. They had known each other in the past and could be considered friends. The second reason was that Chunzong's Taihao Mountain had recently opened up outposts in the various cities of chaos and began to recruit disciples. As a result, many people wanted to introduce their children or related juniors to Chunzong and have them join his sect. Xiao Cheng's purpose was the same. Brother Xiao Cheng, The disciple I accept has to have both the temperament and talent. Shenzong did not directly agree or reject. Instead, he said seriously, I know. Xiao Cheng smiled and said, but the person I recommend might not have the best temperament, but he's not bad either. His talent is also outstanding. Brother Xiao Cheng, if that's the case, I believe in your vision and judgment. Shenzong considered his words and said, however, the requirement for talent in my lineage is a little different. This is because the cultivation of my lineage is my own creation. There is no second one like it in the primal chaos universe. Xiao Cheng was stunned when he heard this. He had not expected this at all. However, when he thought about it carefully, it seemed to make sense. If that was not the case, how could Shenzong, a human at the transcendent saint stage, resist the avatar of a god? Brother Chun, what is the requirement for talent in your lineage? Xiao Cheng asked curiously. In that case, Brother Xiao Cheng, I'll give you the introductory cultivation method of my lineage. You can bring it back to the person you want to recommend and see if he can enter the lineage, Shenzong said after thinking for a while. Is that appropriate? Xiao Cheng was stunned and immediately asked. After all, it was the unique inheritance of the unparalleled deity Jindi. How could he give it to others so easily? Brother Chun, don't worry. I won't leak the introductory cultivation method, Xiao Cheng said solemnly. Ha 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 ha. It's actually not that important. I'm thinking about whether to announce the introductory cultivation method. Shenzong smiled and said, after all, the introductory cultivation method of my lineage is very difficult. The requirement for talent is very unique. It won't be easy to pass it down. In fact, this was a new idea that Shenzong had just come up with. He just hadn't thought about whether to implement it yet. His lineage was the continuation of the One Heart path. The introductory cultivation method of the One Heart Sutra was the first stage of One Heart. It didn't matter if this stage was leaked. On the contrary, it could be used to test if someone had the talent to cultivate the One Heart. Of course, whether one had talent or not did not only refer to whether one could reach the single-minded mind state. Cultivating it in a short period of time and cultivating it in a long period of time were two different concepts. Only those who were able to reach the heart and mind state in a short period of time would have the talent to cultivate the second, third, and even the fourth layer of the Heart and Mind Sutra. One had to know that the cultivation of the Heart and Mind Sutra was more difficult with each layer. It didn't mean that a transcendent saint realm cultivator would be able to cultivate the Heart Sutra, nor did it mean that a foundation establishment realm cultivator wouldn't be able to cultivate the Heart Sutra. It had nothing to do with cultivation or realm. It was purely related to talent. The One Heart Sutra was the inheritance of the One Heart path. Shenzong was willing to let it be passed down. With the first stage of the One Heart Sutra given by Shenzong, Xiao Cheng also got up and left. He was in charge of the primal chaos city, so it wasn't suitable for him to leave for too long. Although the three foreign races had withdrawn their military forces and were biding their time, he still had to maintain a high level of vigilance to prevent anything from happening. No accidents happened. Shenzong understood the current situation, so he didn't ask him to stay. He was just curious. He didn't know if the person Xiao Cheng wanted to recommend could cultivate the first stage of the One Heart Sutra in a short period of time. If he could, then he didn't mind accepting an in-name disciple. That's right, an in-name disciple. It wasn't that easy to become his real disciple, even if it was the son of a demigod. Of course, if it was the son of a demigod, then he didn't need to take Shenzong as a master. After all, the guidance of a demigod was completely enough. Xiao Cheng brought the first stage of the One Heart Sutra given by Shenzong. After returning to the primal chaos city, he sent out a message. Not long after, a sword light flew over. When it landed, it transformed into a young woman wearing a water blue sword robe. Her appearance was ordinary, but there was a calming aura lingering around her. Immediately after, another sword light flew over. When it landed, it transformed into a young man wearing a dark blue robe. His eyebrows were like swords, and his eyes were deep and clear like cold stars. He could be called a handsome man. There was a restrained sharpness on his body. It was very shocking, as if it could tear through everything. This young man and woman clearly knew each other. When they saw each other, they nodded in greeting. Then they looked at Xiao Cheng and immediately bowed, respectfully calling out, "Senior." The two of them were the descendants of Xiao Cheng's good friend. Although they weren't related by blood, they were indeed very good friends. In addition, the two of them had excellent talent and temperament. They were good seedlings for sword cultivation. Their elders hoped that they could take the unparalleled god Jindi as their master, and they themselves were very happy to do so. In fact, they yearned for it. The current unparalleled god Jindi was a peerless expert in the eyes of all sword cultivators. There wasn't a single sword cultivator who wouldn't be willing to take him as their master. Even divine monarch sword cultivators would be very happy if they had the chance. Even transcendent saints would be willing, let alone divine monarchs. The two of them also knew that Senior Xiao Cheng had personally gone to find the unparalleled god Jindi. Would the unparalleled god Jindi give Senior Xiao Cheng face? After all, Senior Xiao Cheng was the #1 emperor of the human race and the origin race. No, he should be #2 now, but he had once been #1. Qingyu, Ming Xiao. Xiao Cheng nodded. No need to be so polite. Qingyu was a human. Her full name was Gu Qingyu, while Ming Xiao was of the origin race. I've already placed the unparalleled god Jindi there. Xiao Cheng smiled slightly. Gu Qingyu and Ming Xiao's eyes lit up as they waited expectantly for Xiao Cheng to continue. It was even possible to see the nervousness in their eyes. Xiao Cheng couldn't help but laugh. The unparalleled god Jindi didn't immediately agree. Upon hearing this, Gu Qingyu and Ming Xiao's eyes darkened. However, Xiao Cheng's words once again tugged at Gu Qingyu and Ming Xiao's hearts. Normally, they wouldn't be so emotional, but this was because they valued this opportunity far too much. They wanted to be taken under the unparalleled god Jindi's tutelage and receive his guidance and guidance. There's an inheritance here. It is the unparalleled god Jindi's introductory cultivation technique. Xiao Cheng had no intention of continuing to tease these two juniors. He directly took out the first layer of the Heart Sutra. Take a look and practice it. If you can master it in a short period of time, you'll have a chance to receive guidance from the unparalleled god Jindi. Xiao Cheng didn't say that he would accept them as his disciples. Instead, he used the word guidance to describe it. This meant that he wasn't 100% confident that these two would really be taken under the unparalleled god Jindi's tutelage. If he said that he would accept them as his disciples and they couldn't do it, wouldn't it be too embarrassing? Gu Qingyu and Ming Xiao took a look at the inheritance one after another. The content wasn't complicated. Hence, they were able to memorize the content with a single glance. However, they read it very slowly and very carefully. They read every word and sentence clearly and thoroughly. After confirming it over and over again, both of them expressed their feelings towards Xiao Cheng and bade their farewells. They couldn't wait to try it out and see if they could master the first layer of the Heart Sutra. Furthermore, they had to do it in a short period of time. As for the so-called short period of time, they weren't sure how short the time was. In short, they would do their best. In the end, Chen Zong still decided to spread the Heart Sutra inheritance. However, he only spread the first layer, which was the introductory cultivation technique. His master, the Heart Tao Lord, had done the same in the past. He had left it in a certain place to see if anyone could obtain it. And it was like casting a long line to catch a big fish. This description wasn't wrong, because Chen Zong was indeed a big fish. Although Chen Zong would definitely spread the introductory inheritance of the Heart Sutra, he didn't intend to spread it across the entire chaotic universe. Instead, he first spread it to the Taihao Sword Realm and let the elders and disciples of the Taihao Mountain try it out to see if they could successfully cultivate it. If someone could succeed in a short period of time, it would be equivalent to spreading the Heart Sutra. As for the inheritance itself, it wouldn't be easy. In the end, Chen Zong was able to master the unparalleled Cosmo Body Path because of luck and coincidence. Even if someone was very talented and suitable for the cultivation of the Heart Sutra, they might not be able to embark on the cultivation path of Chunzong. Even if he couldn't reach the single-minded mind state in a short period of time, it didn't matter. As long as he could reach the single-minded mind state, he would be able to further concentrate his mind. It would actually help him in controlling his own strength. To some extent, it could increase his overall strength. Perhaps it wouldn't be much, but it was still an improvement. When the elders and disciples of the Taihao Sword Realm received the first layer of the Heart Sutra and knew that it was the unique inheritance of their sect master, they were overjoyed. They memorized and comprehended it and began to cultivate. The Heart Sutra's first layer, the Heart Sutra's Heart Sutra, was undoubtedly the easiest. If it was difficult to master it, then the second, third, and even fourth layers wouldn't be possible, let alone the fifth and sixth layers that Chunzong and his master had deduced. At this moment, Yunyanxin came out of seclusion. His tyrannical aura spread out and blazed towards the sky. It turned into endless flames that burned incessantly. The flames were white, a kind of sacred white. Within it, there were specks of starlight. It was so intense and so magnificent. The endless sacred white flames were the star-burning true flame. It spread out in the sky and burned incessantly. It condensed into the shape of a huge phoenix that was 100 meters long. Its long tail spread out and fluttered in the void. Its wings were spread out and burning with endless sacred starlight. A tyrannical aura spread out continuously. Even the formation couldn't seal it. This aura, transcending Saint Realm. Ha ha! We have another great emperor. In the heaven-shooting primal chaos city, the cultivators who felt this aura were overjoyed. One more great emperor was equivalent to one more top fighting force. Even an ordinary great emperor was very powerful and could guard a universe city. Chapter 3387. Yunyanxin came out of seclusion and cultivated the ninefold flame secret technique to the third level. The star-scorching true flame was strengthened, and the star-scorching true phoenix's bloodline was enhanced as well. She finally broke through the shackles and reached the extreme realm. Her potential was even more profound, and a part of it was stimulated. She broke through the shackles of her strength and rose from the true saint realm to the transcendent realm, which was equivalent to rising from the divine monarch realm to the great emperor realm. Since then, the human race had one more great emperor realm expert, who was called the star-scorching true phoenix great emperor. Chunin also came out of seclusion. Although he didn't break through the limit and become a great emperor realm expert, he had cultivated the second level of the parting sky sword aura, which was enough for him to resist a great emperor realm expert and not be killed in a short time. His wife and son came out of seclusion one after another. Chunzong's original body went to sky-shooting Chaos City from the Heavenly Mirror Universe City. Chunzong brought Yunyanxin back to the Heavenly Mirror Universe City. As for Chunin, he continued to stay in sky-shooting Chaos City. It was his duty. With Chunzong's current status, no one dared to say anything if he wanted to call Chunin away. However, Chunzong believed that rules could be broken as long as one was strong enough. One couldn't give up on principles, or they would lose their bottom line. The peaceful days were slightly disrupted. They've cultivated it. Chunzong was stunned when he received the message from Xiaocheng. It had been less than 10 days since he had taught the first level of the Heart Sutra to Xiaocheng, but two people had already cultivated it. One was called Gu Qingyu, who was from the human race, and the other was called Ming Xiao, who was from the origin race. They've cultivated the first level of the Heart Sutra in less than 10 days. This talent is indeed very suitable. Chunzong couldn't help but think to himself, maybe I can give them a chance. Therefore, Chunzong sent a message to Xiaocheng and asked the two people who had cultivated the first level of the Heart Sutra to come to the Heavenly Mirror Universe City to find him. Soon, the human race called Gu Qingyu and the origin race called Ming Xiao arrived at the same time. Gu Qingyu greets Senior Unparalleled Divine Sword Emperor. Ming Xiao greets Senior Jindy. The two of them were so excited that they couldn't hide it all. The peerless god Jindy was right in front of them. They couldn't believe that they would be able to see and visit him at such a close distance. Shenzong also glanced at them. These two people, a man and a woman, were very young. They were really young, not young on the surface. They should be less than 100 years old, even younger than Shenzong, but the aura they exuded told Shenzong that these two people were top true Saint experts. His talent for cultivation was naturally not bad and belonged to the top tier. It was difficult to determine his temperament in a short period of time. However, there was indeed the aura of the One Heart Sutra on their bodies. This also meant that they had indeed mastered the first layer of the One Heart Sutra. Entering the sect within 10 days meant that one's talent was top-notch and extremely shocking. The fact that the two of you could master the first layer of the One Heart Sutra in 10 days is enough to show that you have the talent to cultivate the One Heart Sutra. Shenzong spoke unhurriedly. His voice was calm and seemed to contain an indescribable power that could penetrate one's heart, causing the agitation in Gu Qingyu and Ming Xiao's hearts to subconsciously calm down. The elders and disciples of the Taihao Sword Realm had also cultivated the first layer of the One Heart Sutra. However, no one was able to master it at the moment. Of course, Shenzong wasn't surprised that no one could master it in 10 days. Shenzong would be surprised if they could master it. To be able to cultivate it within a month, that person's talent was also very good. To be able to cultivate it within a year was also considered okay. However, if it took more than a year, even if it was successful, the difficulty of cultivating it to the second level would increase. As for the third layer, there wasn't much hope. If that's the case, I'm willing to accept you as my disciples. However, you can only be in-name disciples for now. If you're willing, you can stay. It's fine if you're not. Shenzong smiled and said calmly, in-name disciples. This was obviously out of Gu Qingyu and Ming Xiao's expectations. After all, they were clear that in-name disciples weren't considered true disciples. They could only be considered as half a disciple. Their relationship with their master wasn't that deep, and the karma between them wasn't that obvious and clear. Only true disciples would have a close relationship with their master, just like father and son. The karma between them would be very deep. I'm willing. Gu Qingyu immediately responded within a breath. Her voice was calm, and her tone was firm without any hesitation. I'm willing too. Ming Xiao quickly followed. No matter what, they had to become in-name disciples first. That would mean that they were under unparalleled God Jindy's tutelage. After that, as long as they performed well and cultivated diligently, they would be able to obtain his recognition and be promoted from in-name disciples to true disciples. Gu Qingyu and Ming Xiao both understood this point. All right, Shenzong smiled and replied, I won't hold an apprenticeship ceremony for the time being. One day, when you're able to obtain my recognition and become true disciples, I will make it up to you. Shenzong's words were very clear. There was an apprenticeship ceremony, and there was also an apprenticeship ceremony. However, the apprenticeship ceremony and apprenticeship ceremony were actually the same. Normally, the more important a person was, the more he or she would announce his or her apprentice. A grand ceremony would be held to announce to the world that he or she had taken in a disciple, and many people would be invited to attend the ceremony. At the same time, it was also an invisible way to tell others who was his or her disciple. If the disciple caused any trouble outside, he or she would have to give him or her face as much as possible. If not, he or she would have to deal with it himself. This was a kind of notification and also an invisible warning. However, if it was just an in-name disciple, there wouldn't be a need for such a ceremony. Unless there was an in-name disciple at the same time as a true disciple, he or she would directly accept both at the same time. Another reason was that Shenzong didn't like to be too high profile and too lively. All in all, whatever Shenzong said was the truth. We will listen to Master's teachings. Gu Qingyu and Ming Xiao bowed at the same time. I am the sect master of the Taihao Mountain. Since you are my in-name disciples, you are also considered members of the Taihao Mountain. Remember this. Chunzong said again, with a slightly more serious tone. Yes, this is the second stage of the Heart Sutra. Take it and cultivate first. Chunzong took out the second stage of the Heart Sutra, 10 intents of one heart, and handed it to Gu Qingyu and Ming Xiao. Yes, master. Gu Qingyu and Ming Xiao took it. Go. Chunzong waved his hand. Now, it wasn't the time to teach them. Whether they could cultivate the second stage in a short time, he would think about it when the time came. Gu Qingyu and Ming Xiao took their leave. Once they left, they quickly flipped through the second stage of the Heart Sutra. After reading it, their eyes widened in shock. This kind of cultivation technique was really unexpected and extremely shocking. 10 intents of one heart. How shocking. Among the cultivators, there was actually no lack of people who could do 2 or even 3 things at the same time. There were even fewer people who could do 3 things at the same time. It was very rare. The 10 intents of one heart was equivalent to doing 10 things at the same time. Moreover, it was the kind of 10 things that wouldn't interfere with each other. How shocking and unbelievable. If they didn't witness this cultivation technique with their own eyes, they would find it hard to believe. However, according to what Master had just said, it was only the second level. Was the second stage the final stage? Was there a third stage? If there was a third stage, what would it be like? At this moment, both Gu Qingyu and Ming Xiao were itching. They couldn't wait to find a courtyard in the heavenly mirror universe city and started to comprehend the second stage of the Heart Sutra. The cultivation and execution of the Heart Sutra would consume the power of the mind. Initially, the One Heart Sutra couldn't cultivate much of the power of the heart. But now, the One Heart Sutra had been improved by Chunzong, infusing the essence of the Heavenly Palace's 33 heavens of will. Cultivating the One Heart Sutra would allow one to cultivate the power of the heart as well. In the chaotic universe, there was a territory called the Rock Boundary. The Rock Race, one of the many races in the chaotic universe, lived in the territory of the Rock Boundary. It was a small race, and its territory wasn't very big. It wasn't even 1% of the original human race. The Rock Race looked different from a human race. Of course, they were also life forms with heads, brains, bodies, and limbs. Their skin was grayish-white, and there were traces on it. It looked as though pieces of rock fragments were stuck on it. Their entire body looked as though it was made of rock. In fact, the Rock Race was also a life form of flesh and blood. However, their skin was different from the human race. It was covered with a layer of rock membrane. This layer of rock membrane could greatly enhance their body's defensive power and wouldn't be easily broken. Thus, they could better protect themselves. In fact, the Rock Race was a very powerful race. However, due to some restrictions, their reproduction rate was very low. Thus, after many years, the entire Rock Race only had a few 100,000 members. Another point was that the Rock Race was relatively peaceful in nature. They did not have much ambition, nor did they have any desire to fight. Thus, for many years, they had always stayed within their own territory and would not leave, nor would they fight with others. In the territory of the Rock Boundary, there were rocks everywhere. In addition, the Rock Race's strength was ordinary, and they were born with the ability to control rocks. Thus, other races basically wouldn't invade the Rock Race. However, at this very moment, a massacre was taking place in the Rock Boundary. Dark demonic chi spread out in all directions like clouds and mist. It spread out at an astonishing speed like a flood, as if it wanted to devour everything. In the surroundings, huge rocks with terrifying power bombarded the Rock Race. Under the friction with the air, they turned into burning fireballs and fiercely blasted into the dark mist. Light suddenly flashed, and cold light shot out in all directions. It was as sharp as a sword and directly shattered all the fireballs that had blasted into it. Kill! Kill! In the dark mist, a figure swept out in all directions, constantly swinging his sword and killing the Rock Race. Who are you? Why are you slaughtering my Rock Race? An old Rock Race man in his twilight years asked sorrowfully. I am the Azura Demon Lord. The voice of the figure in the dark mist rang out. It was so sinister and domineering. To be able to die by my sword is the fortune of your lives. Come, fuse your souls into my body. Ha ha ha! Chapter 3388. In the rock world, the dark fog spread out crazily, spreading out at an astonishing speed, sweeping in all directions, gradually enveloping and swallowing everything. Any rock tribe member that was enveloped by the dark mist would immediately be cut by countless sword chi. The layer of tough skin on their bodies could not withstand the sharpness of the sword chi and was as weak as tofu. Rumble. A terrifying rumbling sound suddenly rang out, resounding in all directions. Even the heavens and earth were shaking. At the very top, a speck of light had appeared at an unknown time. It was a scarlet light that burned endlessly like a raging fire. A meteor. It was a meteor, a huge burning meteor. The scarlet light was incomparably dazzling, and the power it carried was even more terrifying. It seemed to be able to destroy everything as it shot down, carrying with it the power to destroy the heavens and earth. It brazenly smashed down on the expanding dark mist below. That meteor was the terrifying ultimate move that the rock tribe member had used up all his strength to display. With a single strike, it could directly shatter stars and turn them into dust. This was the furious attack of the rock tribe member. It was a decisive attack when a powerful enemy invaded and slaughtered them. Following the appearance of the first scarlet meteor, the second and third followed. One meteor after another shot down from the sky. In an instant, the entire dusky sky seemed to have been lit up. Stars densely covered the sky, and it was like a meteor shower. There were at least several hundred of them. Destruction. Every scarlet meteor carried with it an unparalleled destructive power, smashing down like rotten wood. The consequence of doing so was very likely to cause great damage to the rock world, causing many rock tribe members to die. However, if they did not do so, the rock tribe members would very likely be slaughtered by this powerful enemy, who called himself the Azura Demon Master. Moreover, as the massacre continued, the dark mist continued to spread, its powers seemingly becoming more and more terrifying. Even if the rock world collapsed, they could not let this enemy succeed. At worst, they would just perish together. When an honest person was enraged, their anger was very terrifying. The rock tribe members had a peaceful nature and did not like to fight. However, once they were enraged, they would fight with their lives on the line. Die. At worst, they would just perish together. Boom, boom. Crimson meteors fell one after another with the power to destroy heaven and earth, destroying everything in their path, and immediately blasted into the dark fog. The dark mist constantly rippled. Countless strands of sword chi crisscrossed within, weaving into nets that immediately caught the falling meteors. However, in that instant, the nets woven from sword chi were instantly shot down by the meteors. Shot down. After the meteors hit the ground, they suddenly exploded, instantly releasing a terrifying power that destroyed everything. The impact caused by the explosion of hundreds of meteors was so terrifying that it seemed to be able to turn everything into ashes. For a moment, the dark mist was torn apart and shattered. The sound of explosions rang out continuously, and the earth trembled incessantly. Cracks spread out at lightning speed, enveloping everything in all directions. Shred, shatter. They turned into powder and ashes. The earth began to crack and collapse. Flames spread and burned, as if lava was spewing out. In the next moment, a figure stood up from the blazing flames. It was a figure that seemed to be shrouded in darkness. It exuded an unparalleled sword might as it stood up from the endless magma. It was actually 100 meters tall. It was like a dark giant whose face could not be seen clearly, or simply a faceless dark giant. This faceless dark giant's entire body was emitting an incomparably terrifying sword chi that seemed to be able to shatter and devour everything. Raise your hand. A huge black sword condensed in the faceless dark giant's hand. With a swing, a pitch-black sword chi shot out. The sword chi was as condensed as a line between the sky and water. It instantly sliced space in half and mercilessly shot towards the rock clansmen. Slash! Wherever the sword chi passed, the tough bodies of the Stoneskins were unable to resist at all. They were instantly sliced into pieces. Wisps of white chi began to emerge from the bodies of the rock tribe members that were sliced apart. The white chi flowed towards the faceless dark giant, constantly entering the faceless dark giant's body and being devoured. Vaguely, the faceless dark giant's body seemed to become more and more solid. Kill, 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 devour, devour. The rock tribe members suffered unprecedented pain and were finally slaughtered, not leaving a single one alive. The 100-meter-tall, faceless dark giant stood on the crumbling ground of the rock tribe and let out an angry roar. No one knew where that roar came from. Vaguely, the faceless dark giant's body became more solid, and the outline of an armor seemed to appear on its body. It continued to kill and devour. For a time, some of the smaller tribes in the chaotic universe suffered. 1, 2, 3. After slaughtering the 5th tribe, an armor completely formed on the faceless dark giant's body. It seemed to make the faceless dark giant even more majestic. Chun Zong, unparalleled God Jiendi. It's time to settle the grudges of the past. With a furious roar, the faceless darkness giant suddenly shrank, transforming into a figure shrouded in darkness. In the next breath, it transformed into a streak of black light that shot into the void, flying towards the territory of the human race and the origin race. In the Sky Mirror Universe City, Chun Zong was quietly comprehending the sword technique and deducing the next level of the Heart Sutra. Chun Zong felt that if he wanted to break through his current boundary and reach the next level, which was equivalent to the demigod realm, he should place his hopes on the Heart Sutra. Chun Zong's idea of releasing the introductory inheritance of the Heart Sutra was actually to gather the wisdom of the masses. It could be considered as an experiment. He wanted to let others practice the Heart Sutra and see if he could get any inspiration from it. If he could get it, it would be great. Perhaps he could break through and reach the demigod realm because of it. From then on, he could roam the chaotic universe without worrying about being killed by other demigods. If he couldn't get it, there was nothing he could do. He had to treat it calmly. If he could spread the Heart Sutra and strengthen it step by step, it would be a good thing. On this day, Guqingyu first came to visit Chun Zong. Master, I have mastered the 2nd level of the Heart Sutra, Guqingyu said respectfully. You have mastered it. Chun Zong was slightly startled. It had only been half a year since he had taught the 2nd level of the Heart Sutra to Guqingyu. To be able to reach the 2nd level in half a year's time, such talent was truly astonishing. That's right, this is the 3rd level. Chun Zong was secretly surprised and handed the 3rd level of the Heart Sutra to Guqingyu. When Guqingyu heard this, she was instantly agitated. Guqingyu was usually a very calm person. Due to her bloodline, she would always be surrounded by a trace of tranquil aura, causing those who interacted with her to feel a sense of tranquility from the bottom of their hearts. Usually, it was rare for her to be excited. There was something that could make Guqingyu excited. But now, she was extremely excited. The 3rd level. Previously, she and Ming Xiao were guessing if there was a 3rd level. They didn't expect it to really exist. It was called the 110ths of one heart. According to the first 2 levels, it was the multitasking of one heart. Multitasking of one heart. How amazing was that? Master, how many levels are there in the Heart Sutra? Guqingyu hesitated for a moment and couldn't hold back her curiosity. There are 6 levels now. Chun Zong replied in a neither fast nor slow manner. 6 levels. Guqingyu couldn't help but widen her eyes with a shocked expression. The 3rd level was the 110ths of one heart. What about the 4th level? 1,010ths of one heart. What about the 5th level? 10,010ths of one heart. And the 6th level? Wouldn't the Heart Sutra have 100,010ths? Just the thought of it gave her a suffocating feeling. It was simply terrifying. Chun Zong knew what Guqingyu was thinking just by looking at her expression. However, he didn't explain. Gu Qingyu did indeed have the talent to cultivate the Heart Sutra, and it was extremely shocking. However, it was still unknown whether she could reach the 5th level of the Heart Sutra. Even the 4th level was extremely difficult to cultivate. Another half a year later, Ming Xiao came and also cultivated the 2nd level of the Heart Sutra. She also reached the 3rd level and was equally shocked. Wait until they cultivate the 3rd level. Then I will consider officially taking them as my disciples. Shenzong pondered in his heart. However, the 3rd level was obviously many times more difficult than the 2nd level. It wasn't that easy to cultivate it. In the blink of an eye, another few years had passed. Gu Qingyu and Ming Xiao didn't come again because they were still cultivating the 3rd level of the Heart Sutra. It was too difficult and couldn't be cultivated in a short period of time. On this day, Shenzong suddenly felt an indescribable palpitation in his heart. There must be a demon behind this abnormality. Shenzong's expression instantly turned grave. With his current level, he could often feel some things like a sudden impulse. In other words, there was danger approaching, and that danger was related to him, or even closely related. What kind of danger was it? The last time he felt such a sense of danger was when he was chased by Ishuma's demonic avatar 100 years ago. Now that his strength had reached such a level, he could be said to be invincible under the demigod realm. Apart from the demigod realm, what kind of enemy could make him feel threatened? After thinking carefully, Shenzong still couldn't figure it out. Was a demigod realm expert going to attack him? It didn't seem like it. Although his current strength was comparable to a demigod's avatar, he was still far from a demigod. It was still unknown whether he could block a demigod's attack. Even if he could, he probably couldn't block a second attack. Therefore, he could be sure that the approaching danger wasn't a demigod, and it wasn't as strong as when he faced Shuma's demonic avatar 100 years ago. I'll find out who it is soon. Shenzong thought to himself. He immediately informed Yun Yinxin and immediately left, flying in the direction of the approaching danger. Shenzong could clearly feel any kind of danger, but only when it was directly related to him. For example, the last time he was chased by Shuma's demonic avatar, it was because of the bloodline curse mark. This time, he felt such a clear sense of danger. What was it related to? Chapter 3389. In the boundless dark void, Shenzong stood motionless. There were no stars or life around him, only cold silence. The sense of crisis that was closely related to him was constantly approaching. Shenzong felt a chill emerge from the depths of his body, as if it originated from his bloodline, from his bones, and from his divine soul. Could it be that the eternal darkness demon god's avatar of Shumu sensed the bloodline curse seal and was chasing after him? But this feeling was clearly different. For a moment, Shenzong could not think of anything at all and could only wait quietly. The source of the crisis seemed to be able to sense Shenzong and was rapidly approaching. According to the situation, it would not be long before it completely arrived. At that time, he would know who had brought such a strong sense of crisis to him. It's here. It's finally here. It was a stretch of darkness that was spreading like a fog. Vaguely, one could hear the sound of waves, one after another, surging and mighty. Shenzong's expression became solemn. His eyes flickered incessantly and were extremely sharp, as if they could see through everything. He stared at the dark fog, but could not see through it. In an instant, the dark fog stopped. It fluctuated continuously, but did not spread any further. In the next moment, the dark fog constantly shrank inward and entered a body. That body was also revealed. Long black hair seemed to be dancing wildly in the wind. Every strand of hair carried an extremely terrifying fluctuation of sword intent. It was an extremely dark sword intent, different from the darkness of the demon tribe. It seemed to be deeper and more chaotic, as if it could devour and drown everything. The moment Shenzong stared at the other party and saw the other party clearly, his pupils dilated instantly and then shrank to the size of needles. His face was full of horror. How could it be? How could it be him? Unparalleled God, Jindy Shenzong, we meet again. The other party spoke. His voice was low, deep, obscure, and filled with a kind of terrifying darkness. It was as if he was laughing in an extremely insolent manner, but also as if he was angry. He let out a shocking roar of anger. That kind of deep anger and killing intent was as unfathomable as the abyss of the demonic mountains. "I never thought it would be you," Chunzong said solemnly. "Chen Xiu. Chen Xiu, ha. That is indeed the name of this body." The devilish laughter rang out again. "But now it is mine, Demon Sword Mountain Master." Chunzong's expression froze, and he exhaled deeply. Who would have thought that it would be the demonic Sword Mountain Master? Back then, in the broken era before the chaotic universe, he had obtained the inheritance of Sword Sharpening Mountain in the outer universe. In fact, it was also demonic Sword Mountain. The soul of demonic Sword Mountain Master had always stayed in his body until he encountered an irresistible life-or-death crisis in the inner universe. It suddenly erupted and attempted to possess his body. Fortunately, Will Sky's sword fought back desperately, so he was not possessed. He also injured the soul of the other party and had to escape. Since then, there had been no trace of him. After more than 1,000 years, Chunzong had long forgotten about the demonic Sword Mountain Master. After all, the demonic Sword Mountain Master was indeed very powerful, but it was only his cultivation at that time. Now, he was at most equivalent to the Transcendent Realm or the Saint Realm. In today's chaotic universe, the Saint Realm did not exist at all. If one did not enter the true Saint Realm, they were nothing. Even if they were in the true Saint Realm, they could barely protect themselves and could be easily killed. To be precise, only when one reached the Divine Monarch Realm could one be considered a powerhouse. When Chunzong came out of the small chaotic world, he tried to sense Chen Xiu's existence, but he did not sense him. He guessed that Chen Xiu might have died in the destruction and rebirth of the universe, or he might have fallen into some place and could not come out. He had all kinds of ideas, but he had never thought that he would be possessed, especially by the demonic Sword Mountain Master. Now that he thought about it, the demonic Sword Mountain Master must have met Chen Xiu by chance after his soul left his body and escaped. Then, he possessed Chen Xiu. Chen Xiu was not weak, but unfortunately, he did not have Chunzong's various trump cards. The truth was not far from Chunzong's speculation. After the demonic Sword Mountain Master escaped, he rested for a period of time and recovered a little. When he met Chunzong, he sensed Chen Xiu's aura and used all means to possess him. Only then did he know that it was actually Chunzong's clone. For a moment, Chunzong was speechless when he thought about this. It was hard to imagine that things would be so dramatic. The demonic Sword Mountain Master failed to possess him, but he actually possessed Chen Xiu. For a moment, Chunzong did not know what to say. "This body is formed from 2 parts of your soul," the demonic Sword Mountain Master said. His voice was filled with demonic nature. "As long as I devour you, I will be complete. At that time, I will become a demigod." He did not expect the demonic Sword Mountain Master to have such a dangerous and terrifying idea. However, the demonic Sword Mountain Master's words also made Chunzong have a flash of inspiration in his mind. It was just that the flash of inspiration was so fast that Chunzong did not catch it for a moment. "Chunzong, merge with me and step into the demigod realm to explore the supreme, true God," the demonic Sword Mountain Master roared. His voice sounded over and over again. It was as if there were countless voices shouting, roaring, and roaring at the same time. Each voice was different in pitch. Some were sharp, and some were vigorous. It was as if thousands of Daos were fighting, resounding in all directions and suppressing the great path. For a moment, Chunzong felt an inexplicable pressure growing from the depths of his soul. Back then, Chen Xiu was a doppelganger cultivated by my avatar. Chunzong stared at the demonic Sword Mountain Master. His eyes flickered incessantly as he stared at the demonic Sword Mountain Master, who was also Chen Xiu's body. "Today, I will take it back." As soon as his voice fell, the wisp of spiritual light that originally flashed suddenly appeared again, and his thoughts suddenly became clear. Take back the wisp of soul from back then. Perhaps this was the hope for him to break through his current realm and reach the next realm. Or rather, it was a path for him. So that's how it is. In an instant, the sense of clarity became more and more obvious and intense. The demonic Sword Mountain Master suddenly smiled. Dark mist instantly spread out from his body. Wisps of dark mist shot through the air like sword chi. Each wisp of dark mist was like a strand of hair as they crazily grew and spread. Chunzong drew his sword, and sword light flashed. He directly slashed out an extremely terrifying sword light, cutting off all the dark fog. The sharpness of a semi-divine tool was fully displayed. The demonic Sword Mountain Master also immediately drew his sword. His sword was pitch black, and it was extremely dark. It emitted waves of extremely gloomy and evil demonic intent. It was a kind of overbearing and evil demonic intent that seemed to be able to devour everything. However, Chunzong's sharp senses immediately sensed that his opponent's sword was not a semi-divine tool. It should be considered a quasi-semi-divine tool. After all, semi-divine tools were not so easy to obtain. However, the pitch-black sword that was as wide as a palm seemed to contain a terrifying evil intent. It was so shocking that it actually made Chunzong's heart palpitate. With a wave of the sword, it immediately slashed through the void. The sword intent was so dense and overbearing that it seemed to be able to cut through everything. When the two swords collided in an instant, Chunzong immediately felt a terrifying sword intent rushing towards him, but it was blocked by his own sword intent. When the sword intents collided, an invisible shockwave spread out and shattered in all directions. Chunzong immediately performed the one-mind sword technique to the extreme, and the demonic Sword Mountain Master also performed his demonic sword technique to the extreme. This demonic sword technique was no longer the demonic sword technique of the past. It was constantly perfected and improved on the basis of the original demonic sword technique, becoming more and more unfathomable and powerful. Chunzong had also learned the demonic sword technique in the past, but it could not be compared to now. Moreover, the mystery of the demonic sword technique had already been integrated into Chunzong's own sword technique, becoming its nutrients. As soon as the demonic sword technique was performed, a dense and overbearing demonic intent attacked. It was as if the demonic god was dominating all directions and dominating the world. Everything had to bow down to this terrifying demonic sword technique. Otherwise, one's head would fall to the ground. It was a terrifying and overbearing will. Chunzong immediately understood that it was a divine intent attack. He had not expected that the demonic Sword Mountain Master, who had taken over Chun Xiu's body, would be able to improve his swordsmanship to such a terrifying level. What Chunzong did not know was that although the demonic Sword Mountain Master had outstanding talent, he could only be considered as an upper middle class in the entire chaotic universe. It was impossible for him to cultivate such a terrifying demonic sword technique. However, the demonic Sword Mountain Master had taken over Chun Xiu's body and devoured his spirit. It should be known that Chunzong's spirit was a part of Chunzong's spirit. Nearly half of it possessed Chunzong's characteristics. It also contained Chun Xiu's and Chunzong's swordsmanship insights, and so on. Even though it was early, it had helped the demonic Sword Mountain Master to establish a more solid foundation for his swordsmanship. In other words, the demonic Sword Mountain Master's overbearing demonic sword technique was inseparable from Chunzong's body. The demonic sword technique versus the divine sword technique. Both had their own strengths and weaknesses. For a time, the intense battle continued. Chunzong realized that he could not gain the upper hand with his divine sword technique. Then, he had to end the battle quickly. He activated the King-grade ancient divine sword armor. The dark golden armor instantly covered every part of his body. Astonishing sword power spread from Chunzong's body and shook the surroundings. Without the ancient divine sword armor, Chunzong had the strength of an ultimate great emperor. However, with the ancient divine sword armor, Chunzong had the strength of a god's doppelganger. The terrifying sword power suppressed the surroundings. For a time, everything seemed to be frozen. His figure flashed, and the heavenly will sword slashed out. The sword slashed across the sky. Only a dark golden sword chi separated heaven and earth, yin and yang, and the dusk like a line between heaven and earth. It directly attacked the demonic sword mountain master. It was too fast. It was unbelievably fast, faster than the demonic sword mountain master had expected. Even though he had mastered an extremely powerful demonic sword technique, it was of no use. In an instant, he was slashed by the dark golden sword light. The sword light cut through his waist, and the sword light cut him into two. The demonic sword mountain master, looked at Chun Zong in a daze. His dark and deep eyes were filled with disbelief. In the next moment, the sword chi wreaked havoc and suddenly exploded. Chapter 3390. With a bang, the demonic sword mountain lord exploded in front of Chun Zong's eyes under the terrifying sword power of the sword just now. With the explosion, there was no flesh and blood flying. Only endless dark fog spread out. The dark fog was like a raging tide that directly turned into the water of the demonic sea. It surged in all directions and swept everything away. Chun Zong's expression was solemn as he immediately retreated. He felt that he had not killed his opponent. The dark fog seemed to have a life of its own as it spread out. Wherever it passed, it seemed to devour everything. The dark fog spread at an astonishing speed. It even vaguely let out a roar like a tide, as if something terrifying was being nurtured and revived in it. Slash! Chun Zong swung his sword and immediately slashed out a dark golden sword light. It slashed into the dark fog as if it was splitting the yin and yang of heaven and earth. It directly split the dark fog into two, but in the next breath, the dark fog gathered again. Slash! Slash! In an instant, Chun Zong slashed out dozens of dark golden sword lights in a row, continuously shattering the dark fog. However, it still gathered again as if there was an inexplicable power in it. Tai Hao! A sword slashed out across the sky, and Tai Hao True Yang continued to burn. It directly blasted into the dark fog and burned it as if it wanted to burn the dark fog to ashes. The crackling sound of burning could be heard continuously. Under the sword of Tai Hao True Yang, the dark fog was crazily burning, but it continued to spread and grow. In the next breath, an arm stretched out from the dark fog. It was a thick and huge arm that directly grabbed Tai Hao True Yang and crushed it in an instant. Chun Zong saw that the extremely thick arm was completely black, and there were layers of patterns on it. They seemed to be semicircular and also seemed to be in the shape of a crescent moon. Upon closer inspection, he found that the arm was actually covered with a layer of vambrace. Those patterns were on the vambrace. The demonic power that emanated from the arm was so astonishing that it made Chun Zong's heart tremble. As expected, there was indeed something terrifying in the dark fog. Now, the thing in the dark fog was about to revive. Turbulent. After the dark fog spread to a certain extent, it stopped. It continued to surge, as if it was roaring, as if a storm was brewing within it. In the next breath, the dark fog continued to shrink and converge, as if it was collapsing. The terrifying aura continued to grow stronger. When the dark mist was completely withdrawn, a huge figure stood in the void, stepping on a piece of darkness that was constantly spinning like a vortex. Giant. It was 100-meter tall, faceless darkness giant. Aside from its face, every other part of its body was covered in a layer of pitch-black armor. It was very close-fitting, and the armor was covered in demonic runes. It looked very evil and domineering. An extremely terrifying aura spread out from the faceless dark giant's body, turning into a dark storm that raged in all directions. When it blew past Chun Zong actually felt a chill and malice invading his body and soul, as if it wanted to destroy his vitality, strength, and even soul. Fortunately, Chun Zong's body was extremely strong. He completely resisted the attack of the dark storm and did not suffer any damage. The faceless dark giant opened its huge palm and grasped the void. Immediately, pitch-black demonic flames burned incessantly, and a huge demonic sword seemed to be pulled out from the void. The demonic aura and demonic flames burned incessantly, and an astonishing demonic power shook the void. As the huge demonic sword appeared, the void trembled. It was as if there were endless roars, as if thousands of demons were roaring. Slash! The huge sword swept across the sky and directly slashed at Chun Zong. The void was directly shattered, and a deep pitch-black gully was slashed into the depths of the void. An astonishing destructive power surged wildly. Chun Zong's figure flashed, and after dodging the slash of the sword, he counterattacked with his sword. Divine Firmament, a sword that could take away all the light in the world, appeared, and the originally dim void turned into endless darkness. Even the faceless dark giant was drowned in the darkness. But in the next moment, a flash of light suddenly lit up. That sword light was so sharp that it seemed to be able to split the world apart and cut everything in its path. The sword came across the sky and directly slashed at the faceless dark giant. The extreme sharpness of the sword immediately split open the armor on the faceless dark giant's body and cut into its body. However, before the sword chi could wreak havoc, it was already defeated by the terrifying dark power contained in the faceless dark giant's body. The faceless dark giant did not seem to be affected at all. The huge sword came across the sky. It seemed to be slow, but it was actually very fast. It was like a sword mountain pressing down on the top. It directly sealed the void around Chun Zong as if it was frozen. Under this sword, Chun Zong felt suppressed, and his body seemed to be unable to move. The strength of the faceless dark giant had reached the level of a divine clone. It was really terrifying. What did this mean? Was the demon sword mountain master very powerful? Or was his clone, Chun Xiu, very powerful? In an instant, a thought flashed through Chun Zong's mind. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It was most likely related to both. After all, the demon sword mountain master was a peerless figure in his era. He was the kind of person who dominated the universe and was difficult to find a match for. If it weren't for the limitations of the universe itself, the demon sword mountain master would have achieved even more amazing achievements. However, Chun Zong didn't think that the demon sword mountain master could reach this level with just his ability alone. Chun Xiu was also the reason why he had such strength. It was because Chun Xiu came from himself. This was not Chun Zong's narcissism, but a kind of feeling. It was a feeling that seemed to come from the unseen. It was because the demon sword mountain master had taken over Chun Xiu's body and devoured his spirit that he had become extraordinary. In addition to all the opportunities that he had obtained after that, he had cultivated his current terrifying strength. Chun Zong slashed out with his sword, and the ancient stars were vast and mighty. It carried an extremely tyrannical power as it smashed through the vacuum. Then, Chun Zong's figure blurred for a moment, as if something had appeared from his body. He turned into a dark golden flowing light and directly rushed towards the faceless dark giant. A clone. That was a doppelganger that had been cultivated using the extreme Dao illusion secret technique. It possessed Chun Zong's full strength, but the sword in its hand was not the Heavenly Will Sword. Because the Heavenly Will Sword was a demigod item, it could not be transformed. Therefore, before coming, Chun Zong had taken the Black Emperor sword with him. The power of a semi-divine tool was not weak. With Chun Zong's strength, the extreme phantom secret technique was extremely fast. It flew across the sky like a flowing light. In an instant, it approached the faceless dark giant and slashed out with its sword. Chun Zong had also opened all 9 apertures of the void concealment secret technique. This way, he could support his true body and the extreme phantom secret technique for a long time. With multitasking, controlling his true body and the extreme phantom secret technique was not difficult for Chun Zong at all. The faceless dark giant's body was huge, at least 100 meters tall. Although its speed was not slow at all, Chunzong's speed was even faster. Under the cooperation of his true body and the extreme phantom secret technique, they constantly circled the faceless dark giant and attacked it with their swordsmanship. The faceless dark giant was furious. In a one-on-one situation, it might not be able to suppress Chunzong, let alone now that it was 2 against 1. However, the battle was also in a stalemate because the faceless dark giant's strength was extremely powerful. It was very difficult to exhaust and kill it. A bitter battle. Chunzong and the demon sword mountain master were in a bitter battle. Endless dark power kept surging, gathering from all directions and pouring into the faceless dark giant's body, constantly replenishing its strength. Chunzong felt that the faceless dark giant was as difficult to deal with as the eternal ice demon god's avatar. In that case, I will end you with this sword, Chunzong said to himself. He leaped and instantly escaped, leaving only the extreme phantom secret technique to entangle the faceless dark giant. Chunzong's true body appeared 1,000 meters away. He focused and accumulated power. In an instant, his eyes became extremely condensed and sharp, as if he could see through time and space and see everything. His eyes became illusory, and his aura was also extremely restrained in an instant. He turned from real to illusory, and the power of the heart-sword bloodline was stimulated. It spread out. In an instant, it felt as if Chunzong's body was expanding. It instantly grew bigger, an endless aura surrounded him. As his body swayed, he took a step forward, and an illusory figure appeared. The illusory figure instantly expanded to 100 meters. Chunzong, who was 100 meters tall, looked so illusory. It was as if the sword god had descended. He directly swung the illusory sword in his hand forward. Space froze, time stopped, tens of thousands of Daos wailed, and the great Dao retreated. It looked like an upward slash of the sword, but it also looked like a straight stab. However, it gave people the feeling of a heavy slash. It was extremely powerful. This sword seemed to have transcended life and death, and seen through the mysteries of reincarnation. This sword seemed to have opened up the world and recreated the chaos. This sword was invincible. In the instant that the sword slashed out, the extreme phantom secret technique also retreated in an instant, turning into a sword light and flying away. The faceless dark giant seemed to let out a roar, and the giant dark sword slashed across the sky. The giant sword burned with eternal demonic flames. However, this scene was frozen in the boundless void, like a picture scroll. The faceless dark giant did not have a face, but people could feel a sense of uneasiness and panic from it. It was afraid, but for a moment, it could not move because this sword was beyond imagination. It was a sword that transcended time and space. It was a sword that transcended the reincarnation of life and death. It was a sword that repelled tens of thousands of great Dao. It was a sword that surpassed the current level and was one step closer to the demigod realm. This sword, it was as if the sword god had descended. This was also Chunzong's most powerful sword. It was the most powerful sword that consumed all of his essence, spirit, and strength in an instant. The illusory sword light seemed so unreal. It was as unfathomable as the moon in the water, but it cut through the faceless dark giant's body in an instant. In the next moment, the illusory sword light disappeared, and time and space began to run again. The 100-meter-tall illusory figure that looked like the sword god disappeared into nothingness. The extreme phantom secret technique flew over at an astonishing speed and appeared beside Chunzong's original body to protect it. As for the original body, its strength was almost exhausted, and it was at its weakest. Fortunately, there was still the extreme phantom secret technique, which was a clone of Chunzong's original body. Chapter 3391. Soundless, colorless, formless. Chunzong panted. His face was pale, and his spirit was dispirited. However, his cultivation strength was constantly recovering, and his essence, qi, and spirit were also rapidly recovering. The faceless dark giant, which was 100 meters tall, stood in the void, motionless, as if it had been frozen. In the next moment, he raised the huge dark sword in his hand, and a ball of blazing dark flames suddenly appeared. It burned fiercely, and a terrifying power was stirred up. He raised the sword high and was about to slash down at Chunzong to kill Chunzong. However, just as the huge dark sword was about to slash down, the huge body of the faceless dark giant suddenly trembled, and cracks appeared on the dark armor on its body. The cracks spread at an astonishing speed and eventually spread to every part of its body, and then it collapsed. Immediately after, a mark appeared on the faceless dark giant's body. It was a sword mark that extended from the head to the bottom of the body. The sword mark appeared from the forehead and quickly spread, directly splitting the faceless dark giant into two. It could not heal. Under the terrifying power of the sword, the huge body of the faceless dark giant could not heal at all. It was directly split into two and then exploded in the vibration, exploding into countless torrents of dark fog that rushed in all directions, sweeping everything away. Vaguely, there seemed to be a figure fleeing into the distance in the dark fog. It was the demon sword mountain lord himself. He wanted to escape. The power of Chunzong's sword was so strong that it was completely beyond his expectations. It was also beyond his endurance. Even the faceless dark giant, whose strength had reached the peak, could not withstand it and was directly cut into pieces by the sword. It even seriously injured the body of the faceless dark giant. He had to escape. He had to escape first, recuperate, recover his strength, and then make a comeback. It had to be said that the demon sword mountain lord cherished his life very much. However, how could Chunzong let him escape? After all, that was Chun Xiu's body, a doppelganger that he had split off during his cultivation many years ago. It was time to take it back. Even if it was not a doppelganger, Chunzong did not want to let a strong enemy continue to live. He did not know when it would bring him great trouble. Kill. With all these factors, he absolutely could not let him escape. Chunzong's original body was still recovering and did not have much combat power. However, Chunzong still had the extreme Dao Phantom body, and he had all the power he could muster. In an instant, the extreme Dao illusory body took the heavenly will sword and slashed it across the sky. It was the divine firmament sword, an extremely sharp sword. It directly split open the surging dark fog and struck the demonic sword mountain lord, who was about to flee. The heavily injured demonic sword mountain master did not have much of his strength left. The only thing he could do was flee. His speed was far from what it was when he was at his peak, so he did not manage to dodge the attack. The sword chi entered his body and worsened his injuries. Extreme path, illusory body wielded the will heavenly sword and unleashed one sword strike after another, landing on the demonic sword mountain lord's body and shattering it. A pitch-black soul exuded an extremely dense demonic aura and was astonishingly domineering. However, under the devastation of the sword chi, it became illusory. At this time, Chunzong's original body had also recovered some of his strength. With a move of his body, he immediately grabbed out and directly imprisoned the soul of the demonic sword mountain lord for a moment. Then, he kept it in the Taihao sword realm and suppressed it with the power of the Taihao sword realm. Even if the demonic sword mountain lord, who had lost his body and power and only had his soul left, still had a certain amount of strength, he could not be compared to when he was at his peak. He did not even have 1/10 of his strength left. Thus, he could only be suppressed by the power of the Taihao sword realm. After suppressing the soul of the demonic sword mountain lord, Chunzong breathed a sigh of relief. The crisis was resolved. It was completely resolved. However, thinking back and carefully deducing, Chunzong still felt that it was a little dramatic. Back then, an opportunity had turned into a dangerous crisis. After surviving that crisis, he did not expect that his doppelganger, Chun Xiu, would lose contact with him. It turned out that he had been possessed by the demonic Sword Mountain Lord. He simply did not know how to describe it. Now, everything was finally back on track. After returning, he would retrieve the part of his soul that belonged to him back then and merge it again. Perhaps in this way, he would have a chance to find an opportunity to break through to the demigod realm. As long as he broke through to the demigod realm, Chunzong would be able to truly have a strong foundation and be able to face other demigods head-on. He would only know who was stronger and who was weaker in a battle. He would not be like now. Although he was comparable to a god's doppelganger, he was nothing in the face of a demigod realm expert. He would be easily suppressed and killed. Demigod realm. At the thought of this, Chunzong could not help but feel a burst of excitement in his heart. After fully recovering his strength, Chunzong also quickly rushed back to the Heavenly Mirror Universe City. He handed the Black Emperor sword to his doppelganger and let his doppelganger guard it while he entered the Taihao Sword Realm. Now, the Taihao Sword Realm was getting stronger and stronger with the passage of time. Chunzong appeared in the Taihao Sword Realm, isolated a small space, and then released the soul of the demonic Sword Mountain Lord. Chunzong, let me go, the demonic Sword Mountain Lord roared. He transformed into his human form and bared his fangs and brandished his claws as if he wanted to pounce on Chunzong and tear him apart. Unfortunately, he was suppressed by a force and could not move. Back then, I received your inheritance and was indebted to you. Then, you wanted to possess me, so we had a grudge. The grudge was settled, but you possessed my doppelganger, so we had a grudge again. Chunzong stared at the soul of the demonic Sword Mountain Lord and said unhurriedly, "Now, it's time for you to pay for what you did in the past." After saying that, he ignored the demonic Sword Mountain Lord and directly refined and devoured him. The soul of the demonic Sword Mountain Lord had possessed Chunzong, which was equivalent to devouring Chun Xiu's soul. That soul originated from Chunzong, and now it was going to return to Chunzong's soul. Don't even think about it, the demonic Sword Mountain Lord roared and took the initiative to rush toward Chunzong. Since he could not escape and the other party was not willing to let him go, then he would take the initiative to attack and possess the other party. As long as he succeeded, not only would he be reborn, but he would also become stronger. He might even have a chance to reach the demigod realm in a short time. Although he knew that the probability of successfully possessing the other party's soul was not very high, as long as there was a glimmer of hope, he would work hard and do everything he could to fight for it. In this regard, he was very similar to Chunzong. However, when the demonic Sword Mountain Lord rushed into Chunzong's mind in a suicidal manner, he suddenly saw the 18 evil-suppressing divine swords and a strange figure in the demonic suppression formation set up by the evil-suppressing divine swords. With just a slight perception, he immediately felt the terrifying evil aura contained in the strange figure. It was the most primitive and ancient evil aura, as if it was the source of all evil. Compared to it, he was like a small snake compared to a real dragon. Despair. The demonic Sword Mountain Lord was in complete despair. Even such a terrifying and extremely evil existence was suppressed in Chunzong's sea of consciousness. What was he? At that moment, the demonic Sword Mountain Lord lost all resistance. He was like a salted fish that had been dried for many years, motionless and at the mercy of Chunzong. However, the moment Chunzong was about to officially devour him, the demonic Sword Mountain Lord suddenly self-destructed his soul. Even if he could not possess Chunzong, he absolutely did not want to be possessed by Chunzong and become his nourishment. At worst, he would die together with Chunzong. Even if he could not kill him, he would at least injure him. All of this was under Chunzong's control. In an instant, the demonic Sword Mountain Lord's soul self-destruction was suppressed. This sea of consciousness was Chunzong's territory. With the evil suppressing divine swords around, the demonic Sword Mountain Lord still wanted to cause trouble. Suppress, refine, and devour. The demonic Sword Mountain Lord's soul was gradually integrated into Chunzong's soul. In fact, this method of devouring other people's souls was a demonic method. Shenzong did not know how to do it. Even if he did, he would not be willing to use it. It would make his own soul impure. However, it was different now. The demonic Sword Mountain Lord had possessed Qinxiu, and Qinxiu originated from Shenzong. They were of the same origin. Shenzong now wanted to reintegrate the part of his soul that he had separated from many years ago. It was equivalent to taking back his own things. It was not difficult. The demonic Sword Mountain Lord's possession of Qinxiu was equivalent to fusing with Qinxiu's soul. Now, Shenzong was refining the demonic Sword Mountain Lord's soul and removing the impurities in it, leaving only the pure part that belonged to Qinxiu. The flames formed by the divine will burned incessantly, incinerating the suppressed soul of the demonic Sword Mountain Master. The impurities were burned away, leaving only the purest and purest parts. In the end, the pitch-black mixed soul was reduced to a ball about the size of a fist. It was a little faint black and translucent, but it was no longer mixed with any impurities. The fluctuations emitted by the ball of soul were so pure and so compatible. It was of the same origin as Shenzong's own soul. The fusion began. After Shenzong took a deep breath, he merged the pure ball of soul that he had separated from many years ago. Of course, this ball of soul was much more powerful than the one he had separated from back then. After all, Qinxiu's clone at that time could cultivate. It had superior intelligence that was not inferior to the original body. It also had its own will, temperament, and so on. If it was not said that it was a clone, it would be completely unknown. Now, Shenzong recalled the inheritance he had obtained back then. He was still very shocked. Such a wonderful inheritance method did not seem to exist in the current chaotic universe. Could it have been created by the Shura overlord back then? It felt inconceivable. However, there was such an incredible method as the Heart Sutra, so it was not too strange after thinking about it. As the fusion continued, Shenzong felt that his soul was growing stronger little by little. However, the most important thing was not the feeling of growing stronger. Instead, it was a feeling of completeness, as if it had been filled up. At the same time, many memories emerged. They were the memories of Qinxiu and the demonic Sword Mountain Lord. Shenzong needed to organize these memories and eliminate the useless ones, leaving only the useful ones. However, Shenzong had lived for many years, cultivated for many years, and experienced many things. The demonic Sword Mountain Lord had lived for even longer, more than 100 times longer than Qinxiu. Therefore, the memories were very complex and vigorous, like the flow of the sea. Even though Shenzong's soul was powerful and his divine will was tenacious, it was difficult for him to completely organize them in a short time. Chapter 3392. In the Heavenly Realm Universe City, Shenzong's avatar wore the quasi-divine weapon Black Emperor's sword and guarded the city. The newly ascended star-burning true phoenix, Great Emperor Yunyinshin, was also guarding the city. The unparalleled god, Jindi Shenzong's original body, stayed in the vast sword realm, wholeheartedly absorbing the memories of Qinxiu, or demonic Sword Mountain Lord. The boundless memories surged like a torrent in the ocean. Shenzong focused on the chaotic prime realm, constantly selecting and discarding the unimportant parts to avoid increasing his burden. He only kept the useful parts. In the end, under Shenzong's sorting, the useful parts were less than 1/10 of all the memories. These memories were all related to cultivation, especially the memories related to the way of the sword. Qinxiu was a sword cultivator, and so was demonic Sword Mountain Lord. The combination of the two was not as simple as 1 + 1. These memories about the Sword Tao were constantly absorbed by Shenzong's original body, constantly enriching the foundation of Shenzong's Sword Tao. Perhaps Shenzong's unparalleled god Jindi could really be called unparalleled in the Sword Tao, but it did not mean that Shenzong was flawless. Different sword cultivators had their own unique understanding of the Sword Tao. The more brilliant a sword cultivator was, the more this was the case. Chun Xiao and Demonic Sword Mountain Lord were extremely brilliant sword cultivators. When combined, they were not inferior to Chun Zong's original body. Their understanding of the Sword Tao would not be inferior to Chun Zong's original body. Moreover, they were comprehending it from a different perspective. Some comprehensions were similar, some were different, and some were even opposite. However, as long as one was brilliant enough, they would be able to benefit from it and integrate it into their own comprehension, thereby perfecting and improving their own comprehension of the Sword Tao. Apart from that, the biggest gain was the World Tree. Demonic Sword Mountain Lord had seen the World Tree before and knew where it was located. However, for some reason, he did not obtain it. This was because the World Tree was intelligent and resisted Demonic Sword Mountain Lord. At that time, Demonic Sword Mountain Lord was not strong enough to forcibly take the World Tree away. This time, he planned to take the World Tree away after getting rid of Qinzhou. After all, the World Tree was a precious treasure even to a demigod expert. It was very valuable. The World Tree. The light in Chun Zong's eyes flickered. The current Taihao sword realm was constantly growing stronger and stronger. As time passed, it would become stronger and stronger. However, if he could obtain the Tree of World and transplant it into the Taihao sword realm, the Taihao sword realm would become stronger at an astonishing rate. In any case, there was no way Qinzong would with Zong's World Tree was World Tree. That was the World Tree, not the roots or fragments of the World Tree. As long as the World Tree was a root or a fragment, it could slowly grow back into a World Tree, but it would take a long time and a large amount of qi of heaven and earth to supply it. It would take a long time for it to be useful, but it was different for a World Tree that had already grown. After leaving the vast sword realm, Chun Zong set off again. He turned into a ray of sword light and flew out of sky Mirror Universe City. He flew towards the depths of the void at an extremely fast speed. It was as if nothing could stop Qinzong. Qinzong's departure was extremely secretive. Only his incarnation and Yunyinshi knew about it. Qinzong flew in the boundless void. Although he was not armed with the ancient divine sword armor, Qinzong's speed had reached the level of an ultimate great emperor. He was even considered one of the faster ones. Qinzong's body was like a sword. He was one with the sword. He tore through the void and moved forward at an astonishing speed. The Demonic Sword Mountain Lord had discovered the World Tree. It was located in a very remote location. It was extremely difficult to find. The Demonic Sword Mountain Lord had discovered it by chance. However, he could not obtain the World Tree. Therefore, he set up a barrier to seal the area. This way, it would be impossible for others to find it. Moreover, the Demonic Sword Mountain Lord had left behind some measures. If someone was lucky enough to find it, they would be intercepted. If they were not strong enough, they would die immediately. On the contrary, if one was strong enough, they would be able to see the World Tree. However, whether they could take it away was still unknown. According to the Demonic Sword Mountain Lord's memory, one would need to have the strength of a demigod to easily obtain the World Tree. In other words, it was almost impossible for anyone below the demigod realm to obtain a complete World Tree. Qinzong was not sure whether it would work or not. However, he had to give it a try. Finally, Qinzong arrived at the place in the Demonic Sword Mountain Lord's memory. It was a place shrouded in dark fog. The dark fog was created by the Demonic Sword Mountain Lord. The dark fog was filled with countless fine sword qi. Each of them was extremely powerful and could tear everything apart. However, they were not much of a threat to Qinzong. However, they were extremely fatal to divine monarchs. Even an ultimate great emperor would be threatened. In other words, only ultimate great emperors could enter unscathed. However, there were only a few ultimate great emperors in the entire chaotic universe. Qinzong directly entered the fog. The fine sword qi attacked, but could not really hit Qinzong. His body was shattered. After passing through the fog, Qinzong stepped onto a piece of land. On this land, there were dark figures wandering about. They were in human form and moved slowly, as if they were old men with one foot in a coffin. Their bodies were filled with a dense aura of death. These were also the measures left behind by the demonic Sword Mountain Lord. They were a kind of corpse puppet made with a special method. When the corpse puppets noticed Chunzong, they suddenly raised their heads and stared at him. Their gray eyes suddenly glowed with a bloody red light. They let out bloodthirsty and brutal roars. Their originally staggered footsteps suddenly exploded with astonishing speed. They rushed towards Chunzong like lightning. They grabbed with their arms. Their claws were pitch black and sharp, and they emitted a stench. Monarch God level. These hundreds of corpse puppets were all at the Monarch God level. Moreover, they were all at the peak of the Monarch God level. Their strength was terrifying. They did not fear death, and their bodies were tough. When they joined forces, even an ordinary great emperor would find it difficult to deal with them. However, this was not a problem for Chunzong. To put it bluntly, they were only there to deal with those who were lucky enough to pass through the dark fog. He drew his sword and slashed. The sword slashed across the sky and instantly killed the hundreds of corpse puppets. They turned into ashes. Chunzong moved forward and finally saw a tree. It was a tall tree. The tree was at least 1,000 meters tall. It towered above the ground as if it was holding up the sky. It had an astonishing majesty and majesty. The World Tree. That was the World Tree. However, Chunzong knew very well that the World Tree was extremely huge. The World Tree in front of him was 1,000 meters tall. Its branches covered a radius of a few thousand meters. It looked extremely huge, but in fact, such a height was considered very low among the World Trees. If the World Tree was compared to an adult, then the 1,000-meter-tall World Tree in front of him was equivalent to the infant stage of the human race. Only a 10,000-meter-tall World Tree could be considered the infant stage of the human race. It was normal for a World Tree to grow to 100,000 meters or even 1,000,000 meters tall. Some could even grow to 10 million meters tall and hold up a great world. The 1,000-meter-tall World Tree also exuded an astonishing aura. It was extremely vigorous, and its vitality was extremely shocking. As if it had felt Chunzong's aura, the branches and leaves of the World Tree moved. They were full of vigilance, as if they were resisting. A terrifying power gathered in the World Tree. Once it exploded, it would be extremely terrifying, as if it could destroy everything. The aura of this surge of power actually made Chunzong feel apprehensive. It was very strong. It was even stronger than the strength of an extreme great emperor. It was at least at the level of his ancient divine sword armor. It was no wonder that the demonic Sword Mountain Master could not take it away. At that time, the demonic Sword Mountain Master was only at the extreme great emperor level. He could not do anything to the World Tree. However, even in such a situation, Chunzong did not dare to act rashly. This was because the World Tree's strength was not inferior to his. Moreover, Chunzong's goal was to take the World Tree away. It would be best if he took it away in one piece instead of destroying it. There is a huge difference between complete and destroyed. Chunzong showed his goodwill. He did not have any intention of attacking. Instead, he stood where he was and looked at the World Tree. He said, "You are no longer safe here. I have a world that can accommodate you." At this moment, a leaf detached from branch. As if it was carried by a gust of morning wind, it floated towards Chunzong and landed on Chunzong's body. The leaf immediately emitted a burst of light. It was a burst of green light that looked so pure and crystal clear. The aura it emitted was rich with vitality. Following that, a branch extended like an arm and reached in front of Chunzong. It trembled lightly as if it wanted to come into contact with Chunzong. Chunzong felt a joyful emotion from it, and in Chunzong's body, something seemed to be awakening. It was a power full of vitality. The World Tree. Chunzong immediately thought of the World Tree bloodline. Previously, when he consumed a large amount of bloodline pure source to stimulate his own bloodline, he saw the World Tree bloodline. At that time, he could choose to activate it. But in the end, Chunzong chose to activate the Heartsore bloodline because it was the most suitable bloodline for him. But Chunzong had a very deep memory of the situation at that time. Where did his world tree bloodline come from? Tracing back to the origin, Chunzong still remembered. It should be when he was still a disciple of the heavenly palace in the very beginning of the void. He entered the historical remains of the great void heaven temple and found the remains of a world tree there. Under a coincidence, he received the world tree remains as a gift and left behind its life aura. That life aura fused into his body. Following his continuous cultivation and growth, it gradually grew stronger and stronger. Finally, it became a bloodline power that could be activated. And now, this power was sensed by the world tree in front of him. Chunzong immediately extended a finger and touched that branch of the world tree that extended over. At the moment of contact, Chunzong immediately felt his finger tremble uncontrollably, as if there was an electric current flowing through it. Soon after, a cool aura spread out. As that cool aura spread throughout his body, Chunzong could clearly feel the will of the world tree in front of him. Chapter 33:93. The cool aura was filled with the rhythm of life. It lingered in Chunzong's limbs and bones, giving him an indescribable sense of comfort. Green light quickly spread out from Chunzong's body. Gradually, the shadow of a tree appeared behind him. It was the world tree. Intimacy. The 1,000-meter-tall world tree felt an indescribable sense of intimacy from Chunzong. At the same time, Chunzong also felt the same sense of intimacy from the world tree. The 1,000-meter-tall world tree immediately made the decision to follow Chunzong. If the demonic sword mountain lord knew about this, he would probably cry. He had thought of many ways, but still couldn't do anything to the world tree. He could only seal this place and wait for the day when he became a demigod realm expert to forcibly take the world tree away. This was because a world tree that hadn't grown to a certain extent was no match for a demigod. The demonic sword mountain lord's idea was actually very good and correct. Who would have thought that he would be killed by Chunzong and be devoured by Chunzong? Now, Chunzong had come to take the world tree. Chunzong actually had the aura and power of the world tree on him, so the world tree was very close to him and was willing to follow Chunzong. This was nothing. Unfortunately, the demonic sword mountain lord didn't have a coffin. The world tree was close to Chunzong and expressed its willingness to follow him. This was great news. Chunzong naturally wouldn't refuse. He immediately opened the Taihao sword realm and took the world tree into it. With a roar, the world tree was uprooted and entered the Taihao sword realm. It took root in the Taihao sword realm. The Taihao sword realm began to tremble. Boundless chi of heaven and earth surged and poured into the tree of world. The tree of world continued to take root and eventually became one with the Taihao sword realm. Its roots continued to spread beneath the Taihao sword realm. The 1,000-meter-tall world tree's roots were very developed. They directly spread over the land with a radius of 10,000 meters. I'll give it to you. Chunzong extracted the aura of the world tree that had existed in his body a long time ago and gave it to the world tree in front of him. To Chunzong, that aura was of no use to him. Instead of just leaving it there, he might as well make use of it. Having obtained the aura of the world tree's power from Chunzong's body, the world tree waved its thousands of branches and leaves in joy, making rustling sounds. Immediately, the essence of the world gathered in a mighty manner, sweeping over like a storm of essential chi. If it weren't for the fact that the vast sword realm had been constantly devouring large amounts of yuan chi from the depths of the void over the past few years, it probably wouldn't have been able to supply it and would have been completely devoured. Even so, the elders and disciples of the Taihao mountain in the Taihao sword realm all sensed the abnormality of the vital chi and looked over. However, they did not chase after them. If there was any abnormality in the Taihao sword realm, it definitely had something to do with their sect master. There was an 80 to 90% chance that it was their sect master who had done it. In the storm of essential chi, the body of the world tree began to grow at an astonishing speed. It was originally only 1,000 meters tall, but then it grew rapidly at a speed of 100 meters. As it grew taller and taller, its branches and leaves also continued to grow. More and more of its roots also spread out under the ground at an astonishing speed. 2,000 meters. 3,000 meters. The world tree continued to grow and finally stopped when it reached a height of 10,000 meters. The 10,000-meter tall world tree stood on the ground of the Taihao Sword Realm, looking incomparably majestic. It was much taller than a mountain. Not only that, but its trunk had also become extremely thick, reaching a diameter of several hundred meters. It was shockingly huge, like a pillar that supported the sky. The dense canopy extended out in all directions, covering a radius of several tens of thousands of meters. It was like a huge umbrella that covered the sky and covered the sun. Even though the world tree was quite far from the Taihao Mountain, one could still clearly see the huge world tree towering between heaven and earth from afar. The 1,000-meter tall world tree was like a newborn baby, while the 10,000-meter tall world tree was like a toddler learning to walk. If it continued to grow, it would continue to grow taller, and its compatibility with the Taihao Sword Realm would become deeper and deeper. In the end, it would completely merge with the Taihao Sword Realm. At that time, the two would coexist. The world tree would grow as tall as the Taihao Sword Realm. As for the current world tree, it was still not very useful to the Taihao Sword Realm, but it was not completely useless. At least its roots would continue to spread and spread to the ground of the Taihao Sword Realm, making the Taihao Sword Realm more tenacious and indestructible. The other point was cultivation. If the disciples of the Taihao Mountain came to cultivate under the world tree, the effect would be much better. The effect would also increase as the world tree grew. Looking at the 10,000-meter tall world tree in front of him, Chunzong smiled from the bottom of his heart. Finally, he had gathered the 3 treasures. It would have been great if he could get one, but he did not expect to be so lucky as to get all 3. In this way, the Taihao Sword Realm would be safe. Those who were not in the demigod realm would not be able to force their way in. Even if they did, they would be suppressed by the power of the realm and would not be able to resist. If the original Taihao Sword Realm had limited potential, then the Taihao Sword Realm that had merged with the 3 treasures had been reborn. Its growth potential had reached an astonishing level, and it would not be impossible for it to become a world that could suppress the demigod realm in the future. Exhaling, Chunzong left the Taihao Sword Realm and returned to the Heavenly Realm University. Fortunately, during this period of time, the various races lived in harmony. The humans and the origin race were also cultivating with all their might, seizing every second to increase their cultivation and strength. This was because no one knew when the next battle would come. However, many people knew that the war would definitely break out again. Once it did, it would not be a small-scale battle. It would be an extremely terrifying war that would engulf the entire race. Under such circumstances, if one was not strong enough, it would be very difficult to even protect oneself, let alone kill the enemy. Cultivating diligently did not mean that one could live to the end, but at least one could not die too easily. Chunzong left and returned half a year later. However, no one knew about this period of time. Half a year was actually a very short period of time. Now, I no longer need to worry about the Taihao Sword Realm, Chunzong said to himself. I have taken back Chun Xiu's spirit. My spirit has been completely perfected. In the early years, he had separated his spirit. Although it had been restored later, it was still separated after all. To a certain extent, there was still a trace of imperceptible flaw. Chunzong could not find an opportunity to break through in a short period of time. More or less, it was due to the separation of his spirit. However, Chunzong himself did not realize this. It had been too long, so he did not think in that direction. It was not until the demonic Sword Mountain Lord appeared in front of him that he was inspired. Now that he had obtained the memories of the demonic Sword Mountain Lord and his spirit was truly perfected, Chunzong felt that he could search for that opportunity. Next, I will begin to cultivate in seclusion to break through to the next level, Chunzong said to himself. He told Yun Yinshin and Chun and that he was going to cultivate in seclusion for a long time. He told them not to worry. Shenzong did not know when the war would break out. It was impossible for him to wait for the war to break out without cultivating in seclusion. Moreover, even if he did not cultivate in seclusion and wait for the war to break out, what could he do? Unparalleled God, Jindi's strength was indeed very strong. In the war, he could indeed dominate one side. However, there was a limit to his strength. When the time came, it was difficult to guarantee that no demigod would take action. Once a demigod took action, if he was targeted, he would be easily killed. Only demigods truly had the ability to control their own fate. Only demigods could survive the war in which demigods participated. Shenzong originally planned to leave the Taihao sword realm behind. However, after thinking about it, he decided to bring it with him. He planned to comprehend, break through in the Taihao sword realm. This way, it would be more secretive. As for the two unnamed disciples, Gu Qingyu and Ming Xiao, they were still cultivating the 100 intents of heart. It would not be easy for them to master it. Even if they did master it, his incarnation could teach them the 4th level of the Heart Sutra and even guide them in swordsmanship. After making all the arrangements, Chunzong's original body began to escape into the void. He constantly swung his sword and slashed the void as he went deeper and deeper. Darkness. Endless darkness. It was pitch black and boundless, as if it could devour everything. The deeper he went, the deeper and more shocking the darkness. The annihilation aura it contained was also extremely terrifying. It was as if it could destroy everything and turn them into nothingness. If a divine lord-level powerhouse entered this place, they probably wouldn't be able to resist at all. In a short period of time, they would be annihilated by this terrifying strength. Not even their bones would remain, and their souls would scatter. However, Chunzong's expression didn't change. He wasn't affected at all. Chunzong's original strength was very strong. Not to mention his cultivation and sword essence. Just the strength of the universe immortal body alone was enough to withstand the attacks of top-grade emperors. Moreover, Chunzong had once refined a strand of annihilation force. Deeper, there was no end to it. Chunzong wanted to comprehend to the extreme in order to not be disturbed by others. Finally, Chunzong reached the limit. If he continued to go deeper, it would be beyond his tolerance. At that time, he would not be cultivating in seclusion. Instead, he would be attacked and killed by the terrifying force in the depths of the void. After entering the Taihao sword realm, the Taihao sword realm turned into a speck of dust and floated in the depths of the void. It did not move at all, allowing the terrifying force in the depths of the void to wreak havoc. The origin chi in the depths of the void was even purer. It was constantly being absorbed by the Taihao sword realm. In the Taihao sword realm, Chunzong sat cross-legged on a thick branch of the Tree of World. His entire body seemed to have merged with the Tree of World. His thoughts were also constantly spreading out. For a moment, Chunzong felt that his body seemed to have become the body of the Tree of World. He was using the Tree of World to perceive the Taihao sword realm in all aspects. His roots were also constantly spreading out and touching the void outside. Every root seemed to be able to feel the same. It was very magical. His chaotic primordial realm was operating, and he controlled the different roots. They cooperated very well, as if they were born to be like this. Chapter 3394. In the depths of the void, a motionless speck of dust was suspended in it. It was impossible to see it with the naked eye, and it was even difficult to sense it with divine consciousness. It was the Taihao sword realm. Unless a demigod expert passed by and deliberately paid attention, it was impossible to notice the existence of the Taihao sword realm. Chunzong seemed to have become one with the Tree of World. His mind was divided into thousands of independent Chunzong and merged into the roots of the Tree of World. He felt the fluctuations and mysteries of the void and universe from the perspective of the Tree of World. It was a wonderful experience. Humans were humans, and the Tree of World was the Tree of World. Simply put, different creatures would sense everything in the outside world in a unique way. Sensing from different angles would often lead to different understandings. The Tree of World was undoubtedly a very brilliant creature, a noble life form. Its perception of the outside world was unique and comprehensive, which made up for Chunzong's shortcomings. No matter how amazing Chunzong was, he was still a human. But now, Chunzong seemed to have changed from a human to a Tree of World. He felt from the perspective of the Tree of World. Chunzong sensed the endless deeper mysteries. However, he would not get lost in them if he was below the primordial chaos realm. After all, the mysteries of the universe were endless. There were so many roots of the world tree, so the amount of mysteries and information that one could come into contact with at the same time was extremely large. Furthermore, each of them was different. It was as majestic and forceful as the torrent of the sea. Such a huge amount of information was enough to make an emperor-level expert lose himself in it, but Chunzong would not. A chaotic prime could handle it in time. Chunzong's seclusion was a top secret. Only Yun Yinxin and Chunzong's incarnation knew about it. Time passed slowly, year after year. The chaotic universe was still peaceful, but there was a deep-seated depression in this peace. It seemed to be getting clearer and stronger. Decades flew by. On this day, Gu Qingyu found Chunzong again, or rather, found Chunzong's incarnation. Master, I have mastered the third stage of the Heart Sutra. Gu Qingyu was secretly excited. Before he had mastered it, he felt that the One Heart Sutra was very profound and unfathomable. After mastering it, he felt even more shocked. The feeling of the One Heart Sutra was really too wonderful and too amazing. The Heart Sutra that had been improved and perfected by Chunzong time and time again was completely different. It was able to cultivate a huge amount of mental strength, and the Heart Sutra was no longer limited to a short burst. At least, it could be maintained for a longer period of time. Okay, Chunzong's incarnation nodded and said, I'll accept you as my successor when you've mastered the fourth level. When Gu Qingyu heard that, she was instantly extremely excited. Finally, there was hope of obtaining his master's approval. The excitement in his heart was indescribable. After obtaining the fourth stage of the Heart Sutra, Gu Qingyu bowed and left with a sword salute. Another 10 years passed, and Ming Xiao also came. He had also mastered the third level of the Heart Sutra. This speed was indeed amazing in Chunzong's eyes. He also promised to take Ming Xiao as a true disciple after he mastered the fourth level of the Heart Sutra. In the blink of an eye, 100 years had passed since Chunzong went into seclusion. On this day, the headquarters of the celestial race, demonic race, and giant race in the chaotic universe had been further modified to a state that was completely suitable for their survival. Inside the headquarters of the celestial race, numerous god altars were suspended in the air. Each of the god altars was releasing layers of divine radiance. It was so sacred and vast and boundless. There were more than 10,000 of such god altars. They were built in the chaotic universe. Every god altar was activated, releasing layers of radiance that shone in all directions. Gradually, they were connected. When 10,000 god altars were connected, the scene was extremely spectacular. At the highest point, 3 figures stood quietly. They were the 3 sky god avatars of the celestial race. They had been staying here all this time because they had to preside over the construction of the god altars. If the celestial race came out in full force, they would definitely be able to occupy more territories. But what could they do? The most important thing was to completely occupy this chaotic universe and turn it into a new celestial universe. In order to achieve this step, a sky god must descend. Therefore, their biggest goal was to let a sky god descend into the chaotic universe. All of their arrangements were the same. Occupying territories was just to plunder enough resources first. It was only because of the appearance of Chunzong, the unparalleled god Jindi, that they suffered a great loss and had no choice but to retreat. Because of this, the speed of plundering resources slowed down. The original plan of building 10,000 god altars in 50 years had now taken more than 100 years. But speaking of which, 100 years was actually nothing. It took a total of more than 200 years to successfully build 10,000 god altars. Now, the power of the god altars was activated. A passageway was about to be opened, a space-time passageway that would allow the sky gods of the celestial race to descend into this chaotic universe. The three sky god avatars looked down from above. With a command, the power of the god altars was immediately completely activated. A buzzing sound rang out continuously, and the god altars trembled endlessly. Immediately, beams of divine light shot up into the sky from the center of the god altars. Each beam of divine light was 10 meters thick. Under the astonishing rumbling sounds, the beams of divine light seemed to shatter the vacuum, shattering everything. They constantly blasted into the depths of the void, shattering time and space and turning it into chaos. The chaos connected into a piece, constantly penetrating deeper and deeper, as if penetrating everything. In the Divine Radiance Dynasty, in the relic world of the celestial universe epic fragment, three figures stood out of thin air. The figures seemed to be the height of an ordinary person, but at a closer look, they seemed to be 1,000 meters tall and lofty, like mountains. They were the three sky gods of the celestial race. At this moment, there were god altars that were 100 meters in size all over the Divine Radiance Dynasty. Every divine altar released layers of light that resembled divine splendor. Pillars of light soared into the sky, shattering the sky and turning the sky of the Divine Splendor Dynasty into chaos. The chaos met, and the power of the god altars of the two universes began to come into contact and blend, becoming one. It was as if they had turned into chains. They suddenly exerted force and instantly tightened. The Divine Radiance Dynasty moved. It was pulled and guided by the power of the 10,000 god altars. Gradually, it sank into the chaos and moved in the direction of the chaotic great cosmos. It was the same for the celestial race, and it was the same for the demon-human race. However, what they built were not god altars, but dark demonic pillars. Under the bombardment of the demonic pillars, space and time were shattered and turned into chaos. The great dark sky empire was also pulled into the chaos bit by bit toward the chaotic great cosmos. The three demon gods of the demon-human race tried their best to maintain the stability of the empire so that it would not fall apart in the chaos. Otherwise, there would be heavy casualties. On the side of the giant race, they built divine mountains. Each divine mountain was majestic and heavy. They were not 100 meters tall, but 1,000 meters tall. However, the principle of those divine mountains was the same as the demon-human race. It was the same as the god altars and demonic pillars. They shattered space-time and turned it into chaos, connecting it to the giant kingdom. Under the guidance of the giant kingdom entered the chaos. Through the shattered space-time chaos, it approached the chaos great universe step by step. It was not an easy thing for a nation to descend. If there were any abnormalities during this period, perhaps the demigods of the foreign races would be fine and could survive. However, the others could not. They would directly perish in the chaos. It was as if they were treading on thin ice. On the divine star of the great divine king's domain, the great divine king, who had been writing tirelessly, held the power of this universe. Naturally, he also felt the arrival of the three foreign races. However, he did not intervene in this matter. This was because the actions of the three foreign races did not destroy the origin of the chaotic great cosmos. It was not considered a violation of the rules. Natural selection, survival of the fittest. The laws of the universe were so simple and direct. These divine spirits were the enforcers of the laws of the universe. Or rather, they were the protectors. The meaning of their existence was to protect the laws of the universe from being destroyed. Anything else had nothing to do with them. Even if the human race was wiped out, it was not something they could interfere in. At most, they could provide some simple help based on some personal emotional factors. For example, the demon heart divine spirit had recommended the human race's Chun zone to the divine star to receive guidance from the great divine king. That was all. The actions of the three foreign races were not considered secretive. This was because it was impossible to be secretive. After all, such a huge movement was immediately discovered by the upper echelons of the human race and the origin race. In the divine battle union, the 7 great elders were all present. Each of them looked extremely solemn. The 3 foreign races are going to make a move. It was obvious that they were aware of the actions of the 3 foreign races. They had paid a hefty price to obtain and deduce this information. However, they could not stop them. The 3 foreign races had divine avatars in charge. They were very powerful. Who could be their match? Only the unparalleled divine, God, Jindy, Chunzong. However, the unparalleled divine God, Jindy Chunzong, was only one person. He could only be compared to one divine avatar. Let Chunzong go to the headquarters of the foreign races. Destroy them? Impossible. If he was besieged by the 3 divine avatars, he would most likely die. At that time, it would be a great loss for the human race and the origin race. Without any other choice, they could only try their best to strengthen themselves. This day has finally come. According to our calculations, how long will it take for the demigods of the 3 foreign races to arrive? 10 years at least. 20 years at most. The elders began to discuss amongst themselves. 10 years or 20 years sounded very long, but it was actually very short. For many experts, it was very difficult to improve much in 10 or 20 years. Even if they could, it was only a few. At this moment, a figure materialized in the divine battle union. It was the projection of a demigod. "We only have 50 years, the demigod said. "It will take time for the demigods of the foreign races to arrive. 50 years is the initial estimate. To fully integrate into the chaotic great universe and not be rejected by it, it will take 100 years. After the demigod projection finished speaking, it disappeared again. 50 years. We still have some time. Prepare for the highest battle." Chapter 3395. The Ancient Demon Domain. The Ancient Demon Domain and the Celestial Demon Domain all bordered the original human race's territory. The Ancient Demon Clan, and the Celestial Demon Clan all wanted to invade the original human race's territory, expand their territory, plunder more resources, and cultivate more powerful clansmen. Unfortunately, no matter how they tried to invade, they were unable to truly invade the territory of the original humans. This was because the original humans were extremely powerful and were able to keep them out. Even if some of them managed to slip through, they would only be able to cause some damage before being killed. That level of damage was insignificant compared to the entire human race's territory. Demigods? It wasn't impossible, but the human race's side had demigods who were enough to stop them. In this way, the Ancient Demon Race, and Celestial Devil Race's invasion ended in failure over the past 1,000 years. This time, it happened to be the invasion of the prehistoric era's powerful races, which caused great damage to the human race's territory. It was like 3 mountains were suppressing the human race's territory and weakening their strength. However, if the human race's demigods attacked, the 3 prehistoric era's powerful races would be doomed. The demigods of the Ancient Demon Race, Celestial Devil Race, and Celestial Devil Race's demigods immediately discussed and attacked the human race's demigods. In this way, the human race's strength would continue to weaken, and the chaos universe would become even more chaotic. What did chaos mean? It meant that the balance was broken, but it also meant that there were more possibilities and opportunities. Chaos meant opportunity. This was the Ancient Demon Race, and Celestial Devil Race's thoughts. No matter how the human race's demigods tried to explain and how terrible the consequences would be if the three prehistoric eras foreign races invaded, they remained unmoved. Did demigods have to be extremely intelligent? Not necessarily. Intelligence was intelligence, and comprehension was comprehension. They were two different things. It was like how some people were strong physically, but their brains weren't as good. Some people were very smart, but their bodies were weak. It was the same principle. Especially at the demigod level, they had formed their own understanding. It was deep and tenacious, and they weren't easily influenced by the outside world. Especially when the demigods of the enemy race were talking to them, they wouldn't listen. Finally, there was the gap between races. Different races had different perceptions of the outside world. There were differences in their way of thinking, behavior, and other aspects. As a result, a stalemate was formed. If the demigods of the human race and origin race wanted to attack the three powerful races from the prehistoric era, the demigods of the ancient demon race, ancient demon race, ancient demon race, and ancient demon race would take action, completely restraining the 8 demigods of the human race and origin race. There were 9 demigods from the ancient demon clan, and celestial demon clan. That was one more demigod than the primordial human clan. Although they didn't have an absolute advantage over the primordial human clan, they were able to pin down the 8 demigods of the primordial human clan. At this moment, the 3 great epochs of the primeval universe had descended, and their demigods were about to descend as well. This caused the 8 demigods of the human race and origin race to be extremely furious, but there was nothing they could do. If they could make a move, they would be able to interrupt its descent and cause great losses. However, the problem was that he couldn't make a move. Once a demigod left to deal with the 3 strongest races of the prehistoric universe era, the demigods of the ancient demon clan, and even the ancient demon clan would break through the defense line and attack the human race. The destructive power of a demigod was extremely terrifying. A single attack could destroy a primordial chaos city. In a short period of time, all of the primordial chaos city would be destroyed. If this continued for a longer period of time, more than half of the cities in the primordial human clan's territory would be destroyed. Who knew how many people would die? Why did they hold back the demigods of the ancient demon clan and the other 2 races? It was to prevent them from entering the primordial human clan's territory and causing destruction. 8 demigods against 9 demigods. It was already very difficult for them to hold back the 8 demigods. How could they spare any extra energy? As such, no one could spare any energy to deal with the 3 strongest races of the prehistoric universe era, which led to the current situation. "We had a premonition long ago that this would happen," said a figure whose aura was as deep as the ocean. It was one of the demigods of the primordial human clan. If it weren't for those 9 retards from the ancient demon clan, and celestial demon clan, this wouldn't have happened, said a very muscular demigod who looked like a barbarian. "There's no point in saying anything more," said a demigod with a cold and gloomy expression. They were all projections and not their true bodies. They didn't have much power because their true bodies were fighting against the 9 demigods of the other races. They couldn't invade the primordial human clan's territory. If they want to cause chaos, then let them. It was the demigod sitting in the main seat who spoke. He gave off a very ordinary feeling. His appearance was ordinary, but no one dared to underestimate him because he was one of the demigod rulers of the primordial human clan. The primordial human clan had 2 demigod rulers. One was human and the other was primordial. The demigod rulers were stronger than the other demigods, but not by much. They could suppress the other demigods, but they couldn't kill them. However, if they were in a demigod ruler's territory, their power would double. A demigod's power would double. How shocking and terrifying was that? But if they weren't in their own territory, the demigod rulers weren't demigod rulers. Rulers were rulers of their own territory. But chaos isn't good for us. When the three demigods of the primordial universe arrive and get used to the origin of the primordial universe, sighed an old man with a frown. Give the order to shrink our territory and defend. We can also shrink our territory and defend, said a demigod with a cold expression. His entire body seemed to emanate a terrifying sword intent. Shrinking their territory would cause them to lose a lot of territory, but it would also ensure their safety. At the very least, after shrinking their territory, the area they needed to protect would be greatly reduced. With the power of the 8 demigods, they could protect most of the primordial human clan. However, it would be very difficult. I only hope that a demigod can be born in the primordial human clan as soon as possible. In 10 years, the passageways of the 3 prehistoric races of the universe were opened. Their respective kingdoms began to descend, causing a great impact on the chaotic universe. The impact this time was almost comparable to the impact when the universe was destroyed and reassembled. Many ruins appeared as a result. There were many ruins left behind by the primordial universe. There were also some treasures left in the depths of the void. Usually, these treasures were hidden and would only appear when there were drastic changes. Under the drastic changes, the treasures in the ruins appeared one after another. Naturally, they brought about many opportunities. Therefore, in 10 years, more and more true saints were born among the primordial human clan. There were also many divine lords and even great emperors. There was also one more great emperor. However, the situation still didn't change. This was because no new demigods appeared. Under such circumstances, only demigods had the ability to guard an area and protect a race. Everyone below the demigod level was an ant. This wasn't an exaggeration. Whether a race was strong or not was closely related to whether there was a demigod in the race. Currently, the primordial human clan had 8 demigods. They were indeed the race with the most demigods in the entire primordial universe. They were extremely powerful. The other races couldn't compare to the primordial human clan, such as the ancient demon clan, divine demon clan, and so on. However, the 3 foreign races were eyeing the primordial human clan's territory covetously. To a certain extent, they had actually joined forces. When they joined forces, the 9 demigods weren't at a disadvantage against the 8 demigods of the primordial human clan. In the past 10 years, the primordial human clan and the primordial human clan had begun to abandon some of the outer void cities and cosmos cities according to the wishes of the 8 demigods. They had allowed their people to migrate to the inner cosmos cities. For this reason, they had even built more cities to accommodate their people. Although this made it seem crowded, they had no choice. Everything was for survival. In order to survive in this difficult environment, they had no choice but to do so. After the storm, there was a rainbow. They believed that this wasn't the end of the primordial human clan and that they would be able to survive this crisis. The primordial human clan and the primordial human clan gave up the outer void cities and cosmos cities and retreated. At the same time, they set up layers of formations inside the primordial human clan and the primordial human clan. These formations were interconnected and interdependent. They slowly formed a huge defensive line that firmly protected the primordial human clan and the primordial human clan's territory. This was a huge investment. Many of the primordial human clan and the primordial human clan participated. They put in the greatest effort and the most resources. Everything was for the survival of the race. People were used to the best of their abilities. The current consumption was nothing. Even if they used up all the resources, they wouldn't hesitate. This was because if they couldn't survive, no matter how many resources they had, they would be useless. Instead, they would become spoils of war for the enemy and help the enemy become even stronger. Some people would destroy everything before they died so that they wouldn't give it to the enemy. Moreover, they could use it to improve various aspects and protect themselves. Another 10 years passed. Finally, in the chaos above the headquarters of the celestial human clan, the demon clan, and the giant clan, the outline of a kingdom gradually appeared. It was as if countless giants were fiercely dragging it out of an alien space-time, bit by bit, and gradually integrating it into the cosmos. Rumbling sounds rang out continuously. The rumbling sounds were very shocking and boundless, causing the surroundings to be constantly impacted. The entire chaotic cosmos shook because of this. Countless cracks appeared and spread out in all directions. Layer by layer, the cracks spread out rapidly. As the kingdom from an alien space-time descended, it became more and more shocking. A terrifying aura spread out. The great emperors in the territories of the primordial human clan and the primordial human clan all sensed the arrival of the terrifying aura. It was an aura that didn't belong to the current chaotic cosmos. It descended with an ancient wave and constantly impacted the chaotic cosmos, setting off waves of turbulent waves. During the constant collisions, it gradually integrated into the chaotic cosmos. It's here. The true power of the three powerful races of the primordial universe era had finally descended. The arrival of these three powerful races also brought great pressure to the primordial human clan and the primordial human clan, causing them to fall into a desperate situation. Chapter 3396. The territory of the human and origin race was only 1/10 of its original size. Although it could accommodate all of them, it was still very crowded. Fortunately, the powerful cultivators were deployed to guard the borders of the territory and were on standby. In the direction of the celestial race, three figures shrouded in sacred light were flying through the sky and approaching the territory of the human and origin race. Behind them was the army of the celestial race. Like the celestial race, the demon-human race and the giant race were led by three figures who exuded shocking auras. Heavenly gods, demon-human gods, and giant gods. The three demigod experts of the prehistoric universe had finally adapted to the origin laws of the chaotic universe and officially took action. General attack. This was the general attack. They wanted to exterminate the human and origin race. The human and origin race belonged to two different races, but they belonged to the same race because their ancestors were the same. Therefore, although there were some internal disputes and conflicts, they were all under the premise of unity. It was a kind of internal competition. Most of the time, it was beneficial to the competition. Without a doubt, the human and origin race were the strongest race in the chaotic universe. Without the invasion of the three prehistoric universe eras, the ancient demon race, the ancient demon race, and the ancient demon race would not be able to deal with the human and origin race. Although they had teamed up, they could not work together freely. They did not belong to the same race. In this way, the human and origin race might gain the upper hand at some point and turn the chaotic universe into a universe that only belonged to the human and origin race, starting a new universe era. In essence, the chaotic universe could not be considered a new universe era because it was still in chaos. Throughout the prehistoric universe era, although there were many races, there was only one race that was the strongest. It dominated the universe and was the ruler. The current chaotic cosmos was divided, but the human race and the origin race undoubtedly had a greater advantage. Now, with the invasion of the three prehistoric universe epochs, the chaotic universe's originally chaotic and orderly situation was directly disrupted, making it even more chaotic. This was also what the three races, including the ancient demon clan, needed. The armies of the three prehistoric universe eras immediately put a lot of pressure on the human and origin race. With two demigod sovereigns leading, the 8 demigods of the human and origin race guarded 3 different directions. They were ready to resist the attack of the 3 prehistoric universe eras. Swords were drawn, and the aura was so intense that it was suffocating. The war was unavoidable. This was a battle that concerned the life and death of their race. No one was spared. In the past 100 years, there were a few more great monarchs on the side of the human race. Among them, Chunin had broken through from the god monarch level to the great monarch level, becoming a normal great monarch. Yunyenshin had mastered the ninefold flame secret art, rising from a normal great monarch to a peak great monarch, becoming the fourth peak great monarch of the human race. The armies guarded the 8 directions of the territory, and the formations were gradually activated. Buzzing sounds could be heard as lights of all colors circulated. Heaven and earth Yuan Qi was constantly being absorbed and gathered from all directions. Heaven and earth Yuan Qi in the depths of the void was also being absorbed and absorbed into the formations. They were converted into energy that the formations needed to operate. These formations were the result of the combined efforts of the human and origin formation experts over the past few decades. With the assistance of many other experts, these formations were interconnected and linked together. They gathered origin energy, defense, counterattack, and origin returning into a single entity. With this chain formation, it was enough to protect the safety of the territory to a certain extent. The human and origin race armies were located within the formations. They could borrow the power of the formations to increase their own strength. If they couldn't resist the enemy's attack and were defeated, then there was nothing they could do. Give it their all. As the armies of the 3 prehistoric races approached, the atmosphere became more and more tense. At the territory's formations, the armies were on standby. Their expressions were cold, and they were ready to explode with astonishing strength at any time. Chunzong's incarnation couldn't help but participate in the battle. This was a battle of life and death for the entire human and origin race. As for his original body, he was still in seclusion. Yunyenshin and Chunzong's incarnation stood together, guarding one side of the army. Chunzong felt that the terrifying aura was approaching. It was like a demonic wave was surging. It was the demonic army approaching. From afar, one could vaguely see the black waves in the distance sweeping over. It was the demonic army. The leaders were the 3 demon gods of the demonic race. They weren't clones, but their true bodies. The demon god in the middle was shrouded in darkness. It seemed to cover the sky and earth. It was like a black hole that could swallow everything. It was the most powerful demonic race's demon god of the great dark sky. The one on the left was surging with demonic qi. It was like a giant tree that supported the sky and took root in the depths of the endless void. It was the eternal darkness demon god. The one on the right was filled with a dark aura. There was an endless cold aura surging. Wherever it passed, it seemed to freeze everything. It was the eternal ice demon god. The 3 demon gods' true bodies had descended, and the 3 god clones led the demonic army to attack. The pressure was simply enormous. The human and origin race army was on standby. Their eyes were fixed ahead, staring at the approaching demonic army. The light in their eyes was condensed. The 3 demigods of the human and origin race were at the front, blocking the terrifying aura of the 3 demon gods. Otherwise, the army would not be able to withstand the aura of the demon gods. Looking at the approaching demonic army, Chunzong's incarnation's heart gradually sank. 3 god clones. Now that his original body was in seclusion, it was completely seclusion. Without his original body present, who could be a match for the 3 god clones? One-on-one was definitely not enough. They had to work together. Only by working together and borrowing the power of the formation would they have the qualifications to contend against them. However, there were also many demon emperor-level powerhouses among the demonic race. They were also very terrifying. Now, they could only fight with all their strength. Perhaps this incarnation of his could not be preserved. They could only fight with their lives on the line. Approaching. Humans, your end is here. The eternal darkness demon, God, opened his mouth, and a boundless dark voice suddenly rolled out. Humans, surrender, and you will be spared. The eternal ice demon God's voice was extremely cold and oppressive. It was as if it wanted to freeze everything. The great dark sky demon god did not say a word, but it emitted an extremely shocking pressure. Demon bastards, if you want to fight, then fight. Cut the crap. A hot-tempered demigod of the human race bellowed furiously. A terrifying aura surged out like an ocean breaking through a dam. The demigods were definitely demon gods. Before they made a move, their auras had already collided countless times. This was the first confrontation between the demigods of the human race and the demon gods of the demonic race. Demigods and demon gods would not easily make a move, because once they made a move, it would immediately cause an extremely terrifying shockwave, causing unparalleled damage to the surroundings. At that time, whether it was the human clan or the demon cultivator clan, both sides would suffer heavy losses. Why did the demonic race attack the human race? It was nothing more than to invade the chaotic universe and eventually turn it into the demonic race's universe era. If the demonic race died out, how could it become the demonic race's universe era? Races needed to reproduce. When the time came, only the 3 demon gods would be left. Asking them to give birth? How? Kill. The 3 god avatars led the demonic race army and pressed forward. A terrifying demonic aura surged. Kill. The human race and the origin formation stepped out together. Countless ripples spread out under their feet. They attacked together. Sword light, saber light, and fist energy broke through the air and blasted out. Under the amplification of the formation, the power of everyone's attacks increased by several times. It was even more shocking. In the other 2 directions, the auras of the demigods were also confronting each other. However, before they made a move, the army pressed forward and the battle began. This kind of battle was different from the past. In comparison, the past battles could only be considered small skirmishes. However, the current battle was a large-scale battle, a battle that involved the life and death of the entire race. This battle concerned whether the human race and the origin clan could continue to survive. It concerned whether the celestial race, the demonic race, and the giant race could defeat the human race and occupy more territory. This battle concerned the fate of countless people. Chunzong's avatar held the Black Emperor's sword and slashed out. After killing a demonic race, the sword light shot out like a hot knife through butter and killed more than a dozen demonic race. Yun Yinxin shouted in a low voice. She slashed out with her long sword and slashed out a firebird. The firebird was the miniature of the star-burning true phoenix. It flew out with the star-burning true flame and caused great casualties to the demonic race. The sword in Yun Yinxin's hand was also a quasi-divine artifact. It increased her strength by a lot. Carrying Yun Yinxin, Chunzong and Yun Yinxin immediately attacked one of the avatars. The avatar was too powerful. Even without a quasi-divine artifact, its strength was still not comparable to an ultimate great emperor. Chunzong was duty-bound to stand out. With the help of Yun Yinxin, Chunzong and Yun Yinxin immediately blocked the avatar of the primordial frost demon god. Those who were hit by the avatar's attack were immediately frozen into a block of ice and then shattered. They lost all signs of life and died. Yun Yinxin's star-burning true flame was already very powerful. After being strengthened by the 9-fold flame secret technique, its strength increased by 9 times. It was even more terrifying when it was used. To some extent, it posed a threat to the avatar of the primordial frost demon god. With the 2 of them working together, they immediately held back the avatar of the primordial frost demon god. However, the avatar of the Mahakala demon god and the eternal darkness demon god were wreaking havoc in all directions. They were barely held back by most of the great emperors. The demon emperors were killing in all directions. Those who were not great emperors were no match for the demon emperors. The Sir Gods could only form a formation to deal with them. The human race and the origin clan were at a disadvantage. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.